Hey everyone, this is Quinton, Mr. Quibs. Yeah, welcome. Nice that you guys are tuning in.
Okay, everyone. Seems like we gathered some people. Hope you guys are equally as excited as I am for the hard fork. Had little to no sleep last night because of the excitement. If you're new here, the Zarcanum hard fork is something that we've been working towards for many years. Many years of hard work and preparations all come down to this moment that we've been waiting for, which is the Zarcanum hard fork network upgrade that mainly introduces world's first proof of stake scheme with hidden amounts and also introduces the confidential assets feature that allows people to create their own privacy tokens on our Zano blockchain. Let's see where the countdown is at. We have about 19 blocks to go, and the countdown is therefore stuck at 19 minutes. Could be that a bunch of blocks will come in any minute now. So it could be happening in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, or 20. We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, if anyone wants to
hop on and talk with me about the hard fork, celebrate with us, please request to be a speaker and I will allow you on the stage.
So I don't mean to put you on the spot here, but I think a good place to start tonight, because there's going to be lots of people that don't know anything about any of this, and they'll just see like, oh, someone I'm already following on Twitter is in this room. I'll join too and see what it's about. So a good place to start would be, what is Zano? Why should I care? Why is it interesting? What makes it unique? Like, I'd love to hear a summary for everybody from you, if you don't mind.
Sure. Thanks, Roger. Yeah, so Zano is a privacy-focused blockchain that focuses on decentralized applications that can launch on Zano's blockchain. We have a number of very interesting features that we built on top of CryptoNote. So basically, you can say that we are pushing the boundaries of what's possible with CryptoNote and creating tools for people to build on top of a privacy by default blockchain, such as escrow contracts for peer-to-peer trading, or ionic swaps, which is an improvement on atomic swaps. The Zano Trade decentralized exchange will run on that. We have the marketplace API that allows people to spin up their own on-chain marketplaces. And with this hard fork, world's first proof of stake scheme with hidden amounts that allows people to stake in complete anonymity without revealing your staking amount. And also the confidential assets feature, which is, I think people are most hyped for because it allows people to create countless of fungible assets on top of Zano that are all private as well. They have the same privacy properties as Zano itself. So this can be used for cross-chain tokens, shielded versions of BTC or Ethereum, but also privacy stablecoins. So yeah, we also plan to release a grants program pretty soon after the hard fork, which should kickstart the growth of the Zano ecosystem, and developers can apply there for a grant to realize their DApp idea. If the Zano community votes for it via the governance program, which is also soon to be released, which is a on-chain voting system that allows our stakers to vote on major decisions. Yeah, that's basically Zano in a nutshell. There's a lot of things going on. I'm sure I probably didn't cover it all. Yeah, if there's anyone with questions, please feel free to request to be a speaker, and I will allow you on stage.
So nice summary there. One part you left out is that the creators of Zano are actually literally the original people that coded up CryptoNote for the first time, and CryptoNote is what went on to
True.
become
Yeah,
Zano and a bunch
definitely.
of these other CryptoNote coins. An incredibly talented tech team, but they've had basically no marketing until now, and that's why the market cap of this coin is only like $50 million at the moment and hasn't had much traction because nobody's done any appropriate marketing for it until now. But that's about to change, and the world's about to find out about it because this is a really, really, really cool platform. Because everyone's familiar, or lots of crypto people are familiar with Monero and the privacy that has. But now anybody can make their own token that has the same level of privacy as a Monero coin. So you can have, Roger coin or Namshik coin or Gimpire coin or Cryptos coin or somebody else. I can't read their username coin. Like anybody can make their own coin or token rather. And the token has all the privacy benefits of something like a Monero. And this is a really, really big deal, I think, for all of crypto. And you saw in the early days, everybody thought Bitcoin was completely anonymous. And when they figured out it wasn't, a large amount of commerce moved from Bitcoin to Monero. And then Ethereum came along and everybody was using Ethereum to make tokens. And now there's a whole bunch of different EVM chains, all with their tokens, all with basically no privacy. Well, what's the next step? If it went from, regular blockchains with no privacy to blockchains with privacy, now we're going to see token platforms with no privacy is what we had before. Now we're going to see token platforms with privacy. And to the best of my knowledge, Zano is one of the only ones out there in the entire world that enables this. So that's why I'm excited about it. And as if that wasn't enough already, the gas fee on the Zano platform is the native Zano token. Well, all the tokens as of here and a couple more blocks on the blockchain, all the fees that are paid for each transaction on the Zano network will be burned, which means if the Zano network becomes popular, more Zano will be burned every block than is released as the block reward every block, which means the entire network will become deflationary. And at that point, there'll be a limited supply of Zano. And if more is getting burned every block than is being created, the price is going to go crazy as everybody's using this platform for their privacy tokens. And I think that's a really, really big deal. So censorship resistant privacy tokens for the entire world that work for anybody, and you have total privacy. Like, how is that not going to be popular? So that's why I'm here, and that's why I'm excited about it. And I hope the rest of you guys become excited about this too. And yeah, if you haven't given it a try, download the desktop wallet or download the mobile wallet, and you can use it right there. And also another thing, and sorry for going on a long rant here, but there's just so many cool things about Zano that I think most people don't know. It's hybrid, proof of work, proof of stake. And so what that means is that half the blocks are from proof of work, just like we're all familiar with. The other half are from proof of stake. But in order to 51% attack the Zano network, you'd have to have more than half the hash rate and half of the coins that are being staked. And if you don't have that, like let's say you're starting out with nothing, okay, you can buy half the hash rate pretty easily, but you'd have to have more than half the stake tokens as well. And as soon as you start buying up all the tokens to be able to do that, the price goes crazy. And when the price goes crazy, that means the hash rate will go crazy, and you'd have to buy even more hash rate. So it means it has much, much, much better security than something that's only proof of work or only proof of stake. So it's a really, really clever design that they did with that. And I'm really excited to see this whole network take off. And again, that's why I'm here. And if you haven't taken a look into it yet, take a look. It's technically very, very solid. It's just had basically no marketing up until now. But today's a real big day, and the upgrade's about to happen, and that's why we're all here.
Thanks, Roger. It's always nice to hear you get excited when you talk about Zano. That's great. Hard fork is only 2 blocks away now, guys. So it should happen any minute, which is super exciting. I think also when you were talking about confidential assets, definitely have a look at confidential layer, which is a prime example of what the confidential assets feature can be used for, as it will be used for, to create the first privacy stable token on top of Zano, but also connect the Zano ecosystem with all the public blockchains like Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Polygon, Ethereum, and create interoperability between these platforms, and also onboard liquidity, which is very important. I see someone requested to be a speaker. Let's see, add as a speaker. There we go. Austin, how's it going? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I just wanted to ask you, I see the blockchain is similar to Peercoin back in days. So, are you fork of Peercoin or it's a new chain?
No, we're not a fork of Peercoin, but we use the same proof of stake model as Peercoin, which is egalitarian proof of stake, you could say, which is the most fair model because we have no minimum amounts on staking, no validator nodes. So in that way, it's similar. The major difference that we are making here, the major improvement, is that Zano's proof of stake scheme will add hidden amounts on top of proof of stake, which has never been done before, which basically hides your staking amounts. So it allows you to stake in complete anonymity for the first time ever.
All right, thank you so much.
You're welcome, bud. I see we gathered quite some people. Anyone else with a question for me? I see they're still stuck on block 2,500,000. 59.98. So we still have 2 blocks to go. Should come in any minute. And then the hard fork will go live. You Crypto, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How's it going, man?
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. To be honest, I don't have a question. I just want to shout out a big thank you and big congratulations to the whole team. Zano is an incredible journey. It's so rare in crypto that every fucking thing is done right, and Zano did it. And we're experiencing history here. This is crazy. Just a big thank you and a big shout out.
That's awesome, man. Thanks. Sweet. It's great to have such an involved community here, man. We've built something great over the last couple of years, and it's still growing, and we still have a long way to go. But it's so great to have a community like this behind us. It's really nice to see. I'm still refreshing the blog explorer. Zano Network is making us wait a little longer. Still one. Well, there we go. We still have 1 block to go.
Is it the 9-minute block time?
I think sorry?
Is it 9-minute block? What's the block time?
The block time is 1 minute on average, but sometimes it occurs that a bunch of blocks come in the same minute, and then a couple of minutes no blocks come in before a bunch of blocks come in again. So it's an average.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I also loved a quote that Pavel said earlier this week, yesterday actually. He said, I'll just read it out loud. The anticipation surrounding the Zarcanum hard fork has been palpable, with many in our community viewing it as the pivotal endpoint. However, I see it quite differently. To me, this hard fork isn't a conclusion of our journey, but a groundbreaking commencement. By introducing Zarcanum, we've not just updated, we've added a whole new dimension to our project's growth. This is just the beginning of an era where our platform evolves, expands, and truly flourishes. Let's look forward to exploring this new frontier together. I thought that was a really nice quote. I'm also about to release an article with all the changes that the hard fork brings. That quote is also in there. The Zano team the dev team is actively monitoring the blockchain, making sure everything goes smooth. So they are not here at the moment, but maybe in 15 to 30 minutes, if everything goes well, maybe Pavel can tune in. No certainties there, but it's a maybe. I see someone else requested to be a speaker. Let me put you on. Let's see. Cryptoshi, approve. Hey, mate, can you speak? How's it going?
About Zano and the assets that are private. Are there smart contracts on Zano? What sorts of assets are we talking about?
No, there's no smart contracts involved with these assets. These assets are based on a principle that is pretty old already. It's called colored coins, and it's basically a huge advancement on that. So the assets are native on Zano's blockchain. You can customize them, for example, by setting the max supply or emission schedule, but there are no smart contracts involved there. So basically, it makes the assets a bit more simplistic, but at the same time also way more secure.
Okay, and then I'm assuming, obviously, they will lose the private features if they ever leave the Zano network.
No, definitely not. That's the groundbreaking thing about confidential assets, is that they have the same privacy features as Zano itself. So all confidential assets released on top of Zano's blockchain are untraceable, unlinkable, they're indistinguishable from each other. The amounts are hidden, and your IP address is obfuscated because we make use of Tor from within the wallet. So basically, no data is revealed. You cannot see who sent the transaction, who received the transaction, what asset type was sent. Basically, nothing is available to the public. only to the sender and the receiver. They can see the information, obviously. So that is huge, in my opinion. Obviously, if you would create, for example, there are plans to release, for example, a shielded version of BTC or a shielded version of Ethereum, which you could then name ZBTC or ZETH, which is like a wrapped version of BTC or ETH on the Zano blockchain. And the cool thing about it is that these assets will be completely private and shielded. But as soon as you bridge them back to normal BTC or normal Ethereum, obviously they lose their privacy features. But at least it gives you the option to bridge your Bitcoin or Ethereum or any other token that will maybe be released on Zano to be completely shielded, and then trade it on Zano Trade, which is our upcoming decentralized exchange.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks very much for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for your question, man. You're welcome. I got another request. Let's see. David, not anymore. All right. Let me refresh the Block Explorer. Yeah, we're there, guys. Woohoo. Oh, that's not the best celebration of me, guys. I'm sorry. I have a lung infection, so a bit hard to raise my voice, but we are there. Block 2,555,000 is in, which means the hard fork happened, which is a monumental moment in Zano's history. Congratulations, everyone. I see many claps. Anyone else that wants to come on stage, talk about hard fork or confidential assets or the Zano DEX or the grants program or escrow contracts? I also see someone, 3 requests actually. Let me approve you guys. Not all at the same time, please, but you should be allowed to speak now. David, are you there? Are you a speaker?
Yeah, me again, Roger. And as I said before, I don't ever want to be the
Hey,
face of
Roger,
any
welcome
coin
back.
ever again. Yeah, I don't want to be the face of any coin ever again, but Zano is really, really cool. But you should also talk about the Zano aliases, right? So you can make a user ID. So for example, if anyone wants to send me some Zano right now, you can literally send it to @Roger and I'll get it. Or you can go and download the desktop client right now and make your own alias. And people can then, rather than having to send the money to your big giant long address, they can just send it to @whatever your user ID is. But let's say like, I already have @Roger, but let's say, I don't know, a couple years from now, I decide I don't need it that much, or somebody's, I need some money real badly. Someone's willing to pay me some money for it. I can transfer that @Roger ID to somebody else's Zano address. And then anybody from that date forward that sends money to @Roger, it'll just automatically go to that new guy's address. And I think that's a really, really fantastic feature. And it kind of just works like an NFT with a username. And anybody that has that username at the moment, that NFT equivalent or token equivalent, gets any money that's sent to that address. That's a really big deal. And I also want to point out, like the 200, I don't know, 2.5 million, whatever the fork block was mined. There have been no blocks since that yet, so that we need to keep a close eye on that. The moment we see the next block, that means I think everything went smoothly. But so far, there hasn't been an additional block since that yet. So let's all keep an eye on that and hope everything's going smooth. And we'll know that it's going smooth if there is another block. If there's not, then the devs are going to be scrambling to figure out what might have gone wrong there, and they'll get it fixed here shortly. And I'll tell a little story briefly though too. Like a lot of people don't realize this. Way back in 2012, the Bitcoin, the BTC blockchain, basically forked into 2 different versions because there was an upgrade and they were using different database software for both. And lo and behold, the network split into 2. And then all the devs had to call each other. I'm sorry for the cough, but they were scrambling and they had to literally call all the miners and tell them to mine the minority chain or the shorter chain. And they had to catch up maybe 100 blocks or something like that before it finally took over again. So hopefully nothing like that's going on at the moment with Zano, but let's keep an eye on for the next block.
Nice cliffhanger there, Roger. Making everyone scared. No, obviously it's a fair statement. Gotta wait for the next block. It's also the reason why the Zano devs are not here, and they are closely monitoring the network to see if everything goes smooth. David, are you there?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. How's it going?
Okay, great. Yeah, this is my first time using this. So I just tuned in. What are some of the changes that? What are some of the upgrades that are included in this upgrade?
Yeah, sure. So the main upgrades here are the proof of stake side of Zano is going to world's first proof of stake scheme with hidden amounts, which allows people to stake in complete privacy, in complete anonymity for the first time ever. So this is also a huge thing for cryptocurrencies in general, because this has always been a struggle for cryptocurrencies. Why proof of work was always more private than proof of stake, because with traditional proof of stake, you have to reveal the amount you are staking. But not anymore with Zano's Zarcanum proof of stake scheme. So that alone is huge. But also on top of that, we have a number of upgrades. Most people are very excited about the confidential assets feature. Allows people to create their own privacy tokens on top of Zano's blockchain. So you could compare it a bit with tokens on Ethereum, but without the involvement of smart contracts. And the addition of the very important matter that all tokens are completely private. No data is revealed. So assets are completely indistinguishable from each other. So you don't see which asset has been sent, who received the asset, the amount that was sent, the sender, and even we have IP obfuscation from within the wallet. So even tracing a wallet's IP is infeasible. Then on top of that, we have an improved decoy selection algorithm. We did countless of other minor improvements across the network. And also very important to note here is that with this hard fork, the burning of all network transaction fees started, which should result with enough network usage in the possibility of Zano's blockchain becoming deflationary over time. So how that works is all transaction fees on the Zano blockchain are paid in Zano, just like how you have to pay a gas fee on Ethereum to send any token in Ethereum. So the more tokens that launch on top of Zano and the more tokens are being transacted, the more Zano fees are being burned, and the more scarce Zano becomes. So those are a bunch of the upgrades that come along with the Zarcanum hard fork. But it doesn't just end there. It also is a preparation of the path forward from here.
Yeah.
Because it allows us to introduce, for example, Zano Trade, which will be our own decentralized exchange where people can trade all the confidential assets and Zano. It's also the introduction of ionic swaps, which the decentralized exchange is based on. So yeah, so many.
A decentralized exchange, like what is the difference between just a regular exchange and a decent? Like what's an example of a decentralized exchange? Like something like Pancake Swap, or something. Like what exactly? What's an example of a decentralized exchange?
Well, a decentralized exchange, in my opinion, there's also a lot of confusion about the terminology of decentralized exchange, because in my opinion, decentralized exchanges like Uniswap are not exactly decentralized. In my opinion, a decentralized exchange is truly decentralized and happens completely on chain. So that's how it will be with Zano. So there's no servers involved. You can make a direct swap, which we call an ionic swap, which is based on atomic swaps, and basically you swap one asset for another.
Yeah, I think that's like I'm someone who doesn't use exchanges at all. Crypto is something that I use as a tool. And so for me, like anything that allows you to like use Zano or swap Zano without needing to show an ID, I think that's like super valuable. So like example, services like sideshift.ai, if someone sent me, a coin that I don't really want to have, I could always just swap it into something else easily there. And I don't need to show an ID or anything. So stuff like that is, I think, fantastic, I think it might be interesting to like list all. There's like a variety of services out there, like fixed float, side shift, change jelly. There's a ton of them. I think it would be interesting to see what it would take to get Zano listed on those sites. I've never,
Definitely.
you know, I don't know what that entails,
Definitely.
but
One of the main things Zano focuses on is being truly decentralized and censorship resistant. So that also means no KYC is involved. Anyone can participate in the network, regardless of their location or who they are. That doesn't matter at all. And talking about integrations on, for example, decentralized exchanges. For example, Basic Swap is a nice one in my opinion, or the upcoming Sarai DEX. These are all platforms that will reach out to or already are in touch with to integrate native Zano on their decentralized exchanges so they can be traded there. So Zano can be traded also outside of the centralized exchanges, which is very important in my opinion. The thing why we are only doing that right now, just now, is because of the major code base change, obviously. Because if these decentralized exchanges were integrating our old code base into their decentralized exchanges, then they would have to restart the whole process and integrate our new code base again. So from this moment forward, you will likely see also a lot more integrations on native DEXs. Meanwhile, we're still waiting for the first block after the hard fork, leaving us in tension. I see we got a bunch more of speaker requests. Let's see. Don't trace me, brah. I made you a speaker. How's it going? Are you here?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How's it going?
Good, good. Have a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, definitely.
So first, what are the use cases that you foresee for confidential assets? You mentioned wrapped tokens like Bitcoin or Ethereum. Other than that, are there any other use cases you've already thought about for confidential assets?
Yeah, there's a bunch. Hold on. Yeah, so the possibilities with confidential assets are quite endless. Obviously, all the use cases that you can think of for assets that you see on, for example, Avalanche or Ethereum, all those same things apply to Zano assets as well. But the major difference here is that Zano's assets are completely private and really reveal little to no data. Which also brings a lot of benefits. For example, no MEV bot front running anymore, because there's no data to work with for these bots. But use cases for confidential assets could be privacy stable tokens or shielded versions of already existing assets out there. For example, shielded versions of BTC or Ethereum. We could even release a ZXMR, for example, that with an appropriate bridge that represents one real Monero. So Monero can be traded on the Zano trade platform as well. Yeah, and also all the other usual token use cases, such as the security tokens or payment tokens, asset-backed tokens, reward tokens, basically every type of token you can think of, really.
Yeah, Rep Monero sounds interesting because then Zano could be kind of like a second layer where you can use it to trade on the DEX. So that's interesting. Another question is, you mentioned the stable tokens. How would that work given that Zano doesn't have smart contracts? How would it be pegged to $1, for example?
Sorry, can you repeat that? You cut out a little bit.
You mentioned that you could have, for example, stable tokens with the confidential assets. How would the peg work, given that Zano doesn't have smart contract capabilities?
Well, that would depend on the person or the project releasing such a privacy stable token. Obviously, there's many ways to do it. I think Pavel, our project manager, said something about pegging it to, for example, DAI, because we are not such a fan of over-collateralized stable coins where you tie the stablecoin to your own asset, which is kind of the Luna model, which is doomed to fail. So that would probably not be a smart way to do it. So pegging it to something like DAI would be a better way to do it. While, for example, where you have one real DAI for every whatever the name will be of the private stable token on top of Zano.
If you have a wrapped token, like a wrapped Monero, wrapped Bitcoin, whatever it is, maybe wrapped DAI, maybe that's a way to have a stable token. Would these bridges be trustless?
Yeah, definitely. So that's the hard part here. Most bridges today are centralized, with a central point of failure. But for example, confidential layer, which is a collaboration between the Zano team and the guys that came up with confidential layer. There is the REN BTC model. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that, where basically you decentralize the key that is over a bunch of nodes instead of just one person having access over this bridge. It's a bit hard for me to explain how that would work exactly. We could dedicate an Inside the Zano first episode to it, perhaps, where we explain more about it and where we can get the developers on to explain you the details of all of that. But I can assure you that the bridge will be decentralized and not centralized, and there are plans for that.
Can you maybe walk us through the steps on how would someone create a confidential token? I'm looking at the Zano wallet, but I don't really, it's not clear to me exactly where, or do I need to download something else?
Yeah, at this moment, you would need the command line interface wallet to create a confidential asset. I think Kexploit, which is a community member who is also working on the Zano Bazaar, he was creating a tool where it is very easy to basically create your own confidential asset from a user interface that basically allows you to set all the parameters very easily and create your own confidential asset. I'm not sure how far he is with that, or that we would release something like that ourselves. But if you go to the docs, if you go to our documentation, you can go to build and then confidential assets, and then click on overview. And there is basically everything you need to know, basically a walkthrough about how you can create your own confidential token on top of Zano's blockchain. Let me see if I can post a link in the chat here, because I can imagine that a lot of people are curious about this one. I also see that we got a lot of questions in the comments. Let's see. Someone's saying clearly a Dutchie, the accent is telling. You got me there. That is definitely true. Well, there's a bunch of congratulations, mostly in the comments. Someone is requesting Douglas to join. Is he here? Douglas from Monero Talk. I don't think he's here yet. We've invited him.
Is there a timeline for when the DEX that the Zano team is working on going to be released or be in testnet or what have you?
It's already live on testnet. I think that address is trade.zano.org. Yeah, that one works, which basically shows you the user interface of Zano Trade, which is also live on testnet. If you download the Zano Companion and the Zano testnet wallet, you can connect those to the Zano Trade DEX, and then you can already test it out on the testnet. I believe it is planned for still Q1 or Q2. Let me have a look on the roadmap real quick. Yeah, it still says Q1. I think it's a bit ambitious because that would mean we have to release it in the next 9 days. But I do think that they plan to release it somewhere next month. So it's not far out. because it's already live. It's already been created. It's live on testnet. It just needs to come to mainnet. That's basically it. Let's see on the block explorer. Still no new block. Uh-oh. Okay, well, leaves us with a cliffhanger once again. We have to wait some longer. Bruno, the request to speak. Approve. Hey, Bruno, how's it going? Are you there? We cannot hear you, Bruno. You're still muted.
I would just like to ask, how can I buy it?
Buy Zano? You can buy Zano on. You can buy it on a.
Go ahead.
Can buy Zano on a bunch of exchanges. Maxi mainly, CoinX, TradeOgre, SegX. If you go to our website, you go to Community, and then there's this Exchanges tab. And basically all of our exchanges are there. You can just click on them and it will lead you to the appropriate exchange where you can buy and sell Zano. I see we also got Monero Matteo here. That's nice. Marcos, welcome guys. Good to see you here. I see Tees, Dan, Moonscriber, Lil King. If anyone wants to come on the stage and have a chat about the Zarcanum hard fork, please request to be a speaker and I will allow you on the stage.
I have a small question.
Sure.
Are you able to stake using mobile wallet?
Sorry, are you? What's your question? Are you able to stake Zano?
Stake Zano using the mobile wallet instead of
No,
using
no.
desktop?
You are only able to stake Zano from the desktop wallet.
Oh, so it's not
Staking,
mobile friendly yet?
No, and it won't be because staking happens at a proof of stake level. So it means you are securing the network via staking, and that is pretty heavy on your device. So your mobile wallet is not really ideal for such a thing.
Okay. And then proof of work and proof of stake algos related to each other, like any hash rate or something like that?
Yes, yeah. So basically, roughly half of the blocks are processed via proof of stake, and half of the blocks are processed by proof of work. It's not exactly like that, but on like a longer time frame, on average, it's about 50-50.
I'm gonna head out, guys. I hope you figure out what's going on with the block that's not coming in yet. But cheers, congratulations.
Thanks, mate. Thanks for joining in, and see you later. So I'm about to release an article which should explain all the different, all the new features of Zano. Article will be named "Introducing Zarcanum, the revolutionizing blockchain privacy for mass adoption," which is what Zano is all about. As soon as the new block will come in, I will post the article on our socials. But we are still waiting for that one new block. It would be nice to have Kexploit here. Is he here by any chance? Kexploit. No, I don't see him in the list, sadly.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Matteo, how's it going?
Hey,
Good to have you on.
good to be here. It's my first time speaking in this space, so I had to kind of get the logistics right. But excited, man. Excited. Woke up and saw y'all were live. So, how's everything coming so far?
Well, we are still left in tension because we still are waiting for the first new block after the hard fork, which is taking about 30 minutes already, which is not unusual. So yeah, we have to wait a little longer.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I was checking the Telegram, and somebody said they had a transaction that was too big. I don't know if he was a whale trying to show off, or that was part of the new block thing. So, yeah, that's cool, man. So I'm psyched and I'm ready to see this thing work.
Yeah, it will be so interesting to see Zano evolve from this moment. I mean, the Zano team has worked so hard to this moment. There's been so much effort and hours went into this. Like I'm just doing the promotional part of Zano, and I already had less or little to no sleep last night. Can't imagine how it was for the devs, for Andre, for Valerie, and for Pavel. They are probably busy monitoring the network right now, waiting for that first block to come up.
Yeah, this
And
has been a long
the
time
road
coming.
forward from here is, yeah. I mean, I think people have been waiting for this for years, man. And this is obviously a very interesting, groundbreaking moment for Zano, but also it's just the start of Zano's migration from being a single asset blockchain to becoming a multi-asset decentralized universe, as I'd like to call it, where we have countless of fungible tokens releasing on top of Zano's blockchain, being traded on the DEX, bridges being created.
Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be. It sounds like it's gonna be its own universe of sorts. And the first thing that got me interested in it a couple of years ago was actually the escrow contracts, and the marketplace and the escrow contracts combined sounded like it could be so useful. And I see that Kexploit's working on the Zano Bazaar, which looks really interesting. And to integrate the private escrow contracts into that to where you don't need to rely on any centralized marketplace administrator or whatever seems really promising. So that's what got me into it. But the confidential assets and everything like that on top of it was sort of an additional plus that I'm excited to see what the potentials of are.
Yeah. I know you've been around for quite a while, like 2020 or 21 maybe. And the escrow
21.
contracts is what got you in, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Gigabytes actually reached
already
out to me. I
that's
don't know what's up with him. So
yeah. Giga is a bit more in the background now because he's busy with some personal things, but he's still around. I hope he's having more time soon in the future to come back. He would love that.
yeah, when he
But yeah,
talked to
man,
me about
already
it,
escrow.
yeah, when he talked to me about it, it seemed like it checked all the boxes because he was talking about how there's a tail mission, which made sense, where you have a new block or you have new coins being introduced and there's no cap on the supply, so miners and stakers can continue to get rewarded, which secures the blockchain moving into the future. And the by default privacy and everything else going on, that's what initially got me interested in. But with everything else coming with Zano Trade, and I mean, there's just so many possibilities. So I'm really excited to see what comes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
Hello.
I was already at that time. I was already very excited about the escrow contracts feature, but now you also have the confidential assets feature, and our proof of stake side being as private as our proof of work side. The ring size going from 11 to 16, putting us on the same privacy as Monero, but with so many tools to build cool dApps with, like for example the decentralized exchange that runs on escrow contracts and ionic swaps, like for example the peer-to-peer trading platform that could run on escrow contracts, or the marketplace like Zano Bazaar, which runs on the marketplace API and escrow contracts. Just so many things you can use these tools for, and so many cool things you can build with it. It's just I'm very excited to see also others getting a chance to build all kinds of dApps on top of Zano now. I see David requested to speak again. David, are you there? Okay, I got an update from the Zano team. They're saying that Lucky Pool, which is the main pool for Zano, is stuck on the proof of work side, and that is holding the blockchain up. It's not a major issue, but someone needs to find the first proof of work block before the network can move on. And that's basically what's holding us up right now. So as soon as that first proof of work block is being found, then basically then we're there. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is gonna take another 5 minutes or another 15 or another 30. So I'm not sure if we should keep the spaces going or if we should end it here and wait for the first proof of work block to come in, and then I will do a series of posts, including a blog post explaining all the details about the hard fork. Pavel is saying if there's someone listening who's doing solo mining and he can push it through while sorting the pools out. Feel free to mention that. So if someone here is a solo miner for Zano, and you can mine that first proof of work block for the network, that'd be a tremendous help whilst the team sorts the pool thing out. I see we got 2 more requests. David, you there? Hey.
Go to the Zano site, download the new software and run it, sync your wallets all the way up to 100%, and just to make sure everything is like running smoothly. I'm doing it right now, and everyone in this room should do the same.
Yeah, good to mention there is that the software has been out for a couple of weeks already. So if you update it to the latest version a couple of weeks ago, then basically you're already good to go. You don't have to do anything else. But if you haven't updated to the latest Zano wallet in the last couple of weeks, then please do. You can download it at zano.org/downloads. And there you can get either the mobile wallet or the desktop wallet. The desktop wallet is a full node wallet, so that one is preferred.
Yeah, one of the things I have is a virtual private server that I can do staking on. So that is helpful for those of you who are like remote like me. I'm always traveling and stuff, and sometimes my internet isn't the best if I'm at a hotel or something.
Yeah, definitely. You can stake via a virtual private server or something like a Raspberry Pi or an old PC. That's also a possibility, but not ideal because you can't take it with you, like you mentioned, if you're traveling. Also important to note here is that if you are a staker, as soon as that first block comes in, which should be really soon, anytime soon, then you are having to resend your coins to a new wallet, send them back, or keep them at that new wallet, whatever you prefer.
Do you
then
know
restake.
how the network? Do you know how the network decides if the next block is proof of work or proof of stake?
No, actually, I don't. But I assume we need the first block to be proof of work for whatever reason that might be. Maybe someone here knows. Then please enlighten me because I have no idea.
Can a staking miner find the next block, or is it 100%? Or does it 100% have to be a proof of work as a miner?
The first block has to be done by proof of work, is what the team told me. I'm not sure for whatever reason that is, but that's the way it is. They are in touch with Lucky Pool right now, and they say that they will mine. They will get the first proof of work block going within 30 minutes. But if there's someone that is solo mining that could mine the first block, then that would basically get the network going already. Anyways, I don't think we should wait for it. I think most questions have been answered. Most things have been mentioned about the hard fork today. First block should come in between now and 30 minutes.
What's the best website, or what's the best site to learn how to solo mine on Zano, would you say?
I would say our documentation, because it has a guide to solo mine. If you go to our documentation, then click on mine, and then click on solo mining guide, then that should set you up. Anyways, guys, thanks for tuning in today. It was a nice Twitter Spaces. Congratulations with the hard fork. First block should come in between now and 30 minutes. I will announce it on our socials, as well as an extensive article explaining all the details about the hard fork. Everything that changed will be mentioned in that article. And yeah, very excited for the future ahead of us with all the dApps launching on Zano, all the confidential assets launching on Zano.
I don't mind hosting if you leave.
Huh?
I said I'm happy to host, if for those of us who want to stay in and watch things happen.
Well, if you have a subject to talk about, feel free to talk. But I think most things have been mentioned here right now. Yeah, okay, so got an update from CZ, from Andre. He says, hey everyone, we just hit the hard fork point and it turned out that the pool software wasn't prepared for that. So network is on hold right now. I'm working with few pool operators and helping them to migrate to the latest Zano utilities model. It might take 30 to 60 minutes, just for your information. I'll let you know as soon as we get block flows back. Right now, no need to send any transactions. It won't go through anyway. Sorry for the inconvenience. So yeah, that's the latest update, guys. I mean, we can stay here and chat for another 30 to 60 minutes. But I think it's better if we get back to the spaces when the first block is there to have a chat about it. I see Roger wants to be a speaker again. Maybe Roger wants to fill something in.
Yeah, I think there's no reason to end this now. There's just so much happening in the Xenoverse. Like, this is such a golden opportunity for all of us to get the word out about Zano. So we summarized it in the very beginning of the call, or rather I did, like the reasons people should be interested in Zano. Nobody knows about it yet, but this is like one of the only anonymous token platforms out there where anybody can create their own token that then has total privacy, just like a Monero token on top of Monero is totally private. The native Zano token on top of Zano is totally private, but now anybody can make a token on top of it, just like you have ERC20 tokens on Ethereum that have no privacy. Now you can make tokens on top of Zano that have total privacy, and that's a really, really big deal. And then all the fees that are paid to zip these tokens around the world are being burned as of today with this upgrade that's happening, which means that potentially, if the network becomes popular, the overall number of Zano that's used for gas in the world will become deflationary, meaning that every single block that gets mined on the Zano blockchain, more Zano will be being burned than is being created, which will make the entire network deflationary, which will means the price will go crazy at that point. So you'll have like an even harder asset than something like Bitcoin. Their new Bitcoins are being mined every block, and the fees are just gone, off to the miners. They're not being burned. This makes Zano really, really exciting. On top of the awesome scalability, the awesome privacy, the awesome super engineers that were literally the guys that coded up CryptoNote for the first time, which is what went on to become all of the privacy coins like Monero and everything else. So you have literally like the guy that created what wound up becoming Monero is the lead dev on this project that's been working on it for years and years and years, and just they're amazing engineers and build quality stuff, but they're not good marketers. There's been basically no marketing at all for Zano until just now. And so this live stream here on Twitter Spaces is one of the very first times we've had much of that going on. And so like, I think this is really, really monumentous that this is happening right now today. So like, if as you mentioned, the dev said that there was an issue with one of the pools, that their software wasn't quite configured properly, and so we need the next proof of stake block. Well, now it seems like the best time to head on over to Zano.org, get the latest desktop software, get the latest mobile software on your phone, and then right now, while I'm talking about this, I'm looking at the resources. How can I do solo mining for Zano? This seems like a perfect opportunity. Wouldn't it be sweet if I figure out how to mine a solo block before this pool gets their act together? Like, in fact, you know what? If I'll say it right now on the live stream, I will give $1,000 worth of Zano to the first person other than the pool if you can mine a block before the pool. So go get your solo mining software up and running. And if anybody knows how to do that, go and request to be a speaker here and tell the rest of us out here how to do that, because I have never done any solo mining for Zano before. But now seems like the right time to do it. And wouldn't it be sweet to beat that pool to the punch and get the whole network back online and mining blocks so that we can all produce that? So yeah, so who wants to do that? So and if you do, let me know. Yeah, go for it, Mr. Quibbs.
Yeah, that's a generous offer, Roger. I'll post a link to the solo mining guide in the chat right now, so it's easy to grab for anyone that's interested.
And what's the chat so
Because
people can join the chat so we know what chat you're even talking about? So
we're talking about the chat here, right? At the Twitter Spaces.
oh, look
So
at
if
that.
you go to the Spaces, you go to the comment section, and it should be at the top. Just posted it. I will also post it on the Telegram and on the Discord, in case people find it easier to find it there.
And where can we find the Telegram and the Discord links to join those for people that aren't already in there?
You can go to links.zano.org, and that basically opens a link tree with our website, blog, documentation, but also Reddit page, Discord, Telegram, Twitter, all of that, everything you need to know.
Here we go. And for whatever reason, in the Telegram, in the Twitter Spaces chat, I'm not seeing the link there. So I just see all the tweets. But maybe I'm a boomer and don't know how to use Twitter anymore.
It might be snowed under by all the hyped people in the chat.
There it is. I see. Yeah, solo mining guide. There we go. So at docs.zano.org, apparently. So if you go to docs.zano.org, you can find all sorts of stuff. So a 2 gigabyte graphics card is a required minimum for GPU mining. So does anybody know offhand? I got to check the specs on my latest MacBook Pro. I don't know if I have 2 gigabytes of memory. I don't know how much mining you can do on a laptop, but I'm gonna check the
I
specs.
think it's pretty usual for a laptop these days. If you bought it in the last couple of years to have a 2 gigabyte graphic card, it's not such a high standard anymore.
Yeah, I have 120 gigabytes of RAM, but I got to figure out how much the graphics card is. But let's.
I think that if you have 120 gigabytes of RAM, you will probably also have a 2 gigabytes graphic
Yes,
card.
it seems likely, but let's give it a try, and I'll walk people through it. So I'm on links.zano.org, which is what I opened first. But
I'll also post it in the chat, and let me guys repeat what Roger just said, guys. The first person that mines the first block post Zarcanum, the first proof of work block via solo mining, gets $1,000 in Zano from Roger.
Yeah,
which is a very generous offer.
But the qualification, you have to hurry up and beat Lucky Pool to the punch there. So you do it right. So
no reward for Lucky Pool.
And one other thing I'll mention here too, like I see the link that you put for the solo mining guide in the Twitter Spaces, but it's not. I don't see anything about that mining at all on the links.zano.com. But I went over to docs.zano.com, and there we go, mining guide and staking guide. So now we're on the mining guide. I see the CUDA mining software, and I don't think that the new MacBooks have a CUDA graphics card. But let's see. Man, it's going to be really hard to be talking and reading about how to do solo mining at the same time. So. And then it looks like these are the instructions for Windows. And it looks like you've got to be running a Windows machine, which I'm not at the moment, to do the solo mining. So I maybe some super nerd out there's figured out how to do it on OS X or Linux or something. But for the moment, it looks like you need to be running Windows with probably a NVIDIA graphics card is my guess there. So, but somebody in this chat room probably does. So in fact, I'm heading back over to the Explorer. Let's see. It's been 56 minutes since the last block. That's probably the longest time between blocks. But as I mentioned earlier today, back when Bitcoin had a similar market cap to Zano, something very similar to this happened. They had an upgrade to the network, and there were two different database softwares that they were using for the two different versions of the node, and it turned out they weren't compatible with each other, and the entire network split into two. And then all the devs were busy calling all the mining pools and saying, no, you're mining on the wrong chain. Switch your hash power back over to this other chain that was like 100 blocks behind or something, the main chain at that point. And all the mining pools slowly switched over to the other one, and then eventually that chain caught up and then surpassed the actual chain that everybody had been mining on before that. And it was kind of a big deal for Bitcoin at the moment, but the whole network was still so small that it didn't wind up being such a big problem after all. But like BitPay, and I think I don't even know. I think BitPay existed already at that point, but maybe some of them didn't even exist yet. And a lot of these businesses that did exist at the time had to pause for an hour or two while they were fixing everything. So like this isn't the first time or the first chain to ever have something like this happen. And the fact that they already identified the problem and know exactly what it is with the biggest mining pool shows that two things. Like one, the devs are on top of it here and they're working with the mining pool. But two, it'd be nice to have some additional mining pools. So if you know anybody that's running a mining pool, ask them to add Zano to one of the coins that people can mine in the mining pool, because then we'll have some additional distribution in terms of the miners that are available out there. Anything else people want to add there, since it doesn't look like I'll be able to mine a block with my MacBook here at the moment. But yeah, we're almost to now.
I'm spreading the message. $1,000 worth of Zano as a reward for the first person to solo mine the first block after the hard fork. Only if you solo mine it, not if you mine it from via Lucky Pool, obviously.
Or
so you have
pool.
to front run. Yeah, you have to front run the pools.
And then another thing too, like I'd like to talk about, like I think people don't understand how big a deal privacy tokens are, right? Like almost anybody that's paying attention would rather use a privacy crypto than a non-privacy crypto for all their payments, right? If I send someone $20 worth of USDT or Bitcoin Cash or whatever else, I don't want them to know what the entire balance of my wallet is. Why would you ever want that to be the case, right? For any private person that's going to a store to buy something or do whatever. Well, Zano has that solved. So I think we're going to see privacy tokens here, whether they're pegged to the US dollar or people that are just using Zano itself natively, or who knows what tokens people are going to have. But privacy tokens are going to be preferable to non-privacy tokens. So I think that's That's a big deal that people haven't fully appreciated yet out there, especially considering like all the fees are going to be burned every single block. If more transactions are happening each block with fees that add up to more than the block reward, the entire network is going to be deflationary, and that'll just make all the investors go crazy wanting to pile in because everybody wants to have a useful in commerce to buy and sell things and send money around the world, not just buy and hold and look at it and hope the price goes up. Everybody will want to hold this asset that's super useful in commerce and is deflationary. Like that's a really, really, really strong, compelling use case out there. And I really like this idea of burning the fees from each block that people are using. But one of the next big things that I think needs to be addressed within the Zano community is how that fee rate is set for the future. So right now, the devs just decide on their own. This looks about right. That's what we'll set it at. Well, I think that needs to be figured out how to be done programmatically in the future. So that we don't have to worry about dev capture like happened in other change, which brings me to my new book that just got released. You can head on over to hijackingbitcoin.com and pre-order on Amazon or with cryptocurrency right there at hijackingbitcoin.com and read all about how the devs on Bitcoin hijacked this amazing product that was going to be peer-to-peer electronic cash for the world and empower individuals all over the world. And they morphed it into just some sort of digital gold asset where people hold it and hope the number goes up because other people are going to buy it too. But it doesn't have much direct utility for individuals to have self-sovereignty over their own money and be able to do what they want. And like I was sounding the alarm bell, maybe 8 years ago, 9 years ago that was happening. And just now today, some of these BTC maximalists are starting to figure out that was a problem. And I'm gonna let somebody else talk for a minute because I have a cold and my voice is getting scratchy.
Yeah, thank you, Roger. But yeah, that brings me to another point, man. Listen,
Sorry.
the title of the article that we're about to release is called "Revolutionizing Blockchain Privacy for Mass Adoption," and the reason it's called for mass adoption is because if blockchain ever wants to go mainstream, then privacy is a necessary feature for the blockchain to be fungible. Not many people seem to understand that. Luckily, we do have smart people like Roger around who preach and dedicate their lives to spreading this message. But yeah, also in daily lives, man, a bank is basically shielding your data. But the problem with that is that it is a centralized entity that is, that could still look into all of your data if you want to. Now, that's where blockchain comes in, because blockchain is completely decentralized if done right, like the Zano way, and can also be completely private. And if we ever want to see real adoption and real use cases for blockchain, then privacy is just a necessary feature. Because if I want to make a payment with any transparent blockchain, let's say I go to a shop and I buy a, I don't know, bottle of Coke and I pay with my Bitcoin, for example, which shouldn't make any sense, by the way, because the fees are already too high anyways. But let's say I do that, then the cashier immediately has my wallet address, the balance in it, the complete transaction history with who I ever transacted. All that becomes visible for someone, and that's a huge security risk that you don't have if you trade or if you transact, on the Zano blockchain, which is a huge benefit. Zano is bringing blockchain or making blockchain ready for mass adoption, and privacy is not something for criminals. Privacy is something that we all use and need in our day-to-day lives.
Absolutely. And actually, another piece of the Zano ecosystem that's maybe missing is we need to have payment processors for these sort of things. So that it's easy for people that are selling, whether it's the hijackingbitcoin.com book or anything else online. Like we need to do that. So like if you know somebody that's working at a payment processor, whether it's BitPay or coinpayments.net or whatever else, send them a message and say, hey, consider adding Zano to one of the coins that's accepted on your platform, especially if this platform already has other privacy coins like a Zcash or Monero or whatever. It'll be even easier for them to add Zano there. So if you know somebody that's doing that, or even if you don't, head on over to one of these websites and say, hey, I want to be able to pay with Zano. And then again, like I told people this in the earliest days of Bitcoin, and I tell them with Bitcoin Cash still today, every chance you have to buy something with crypto, pay with crypto, and then take the dollars or the euros or whatever country's fiat that you happen to live in, and take the traditional money, the fiat, and then use it to buy more crypto. And so every time you have the chance to spend or pay somebody in crypto, pay them with crypto and then buy more crypto. And especially with Zano, like this is the perfect opportunity. The market cap is still so low and the coin is still so awesome. Like imagine if everybody starts taking the dollars that they would normally use to pay for whatever, and they just buy more Zano instead and pay the person in Zano. Like that's going to make a really, really big impact on this whole ecosystem because it's still so small at the moment. But again, it's a real diamond here, and the fact that like the idea and the concept and the functioning of it here is so awesome. Privacy coins for anybody. The whole entire network's likely to be deflationary as it becomes popular. This is fantastic, right? It already has native apps for Android and iPhone. Cake Wallet already announced that they're integrating it. I know another big major wallet that's already integrating it. You can guess which one that might be. But this is a big, big deal. And this is a big, big opportunity. And it's kind of like you're hearing about, Bitcoin back when it was, $4 a coin or something, or whatever Zano is at the moment. So, yeah, look at that. It's 450 a coin at the moment. So it's up even more. So although the price was running up leading up to the fork, there was a slight, or not fork, the upgrade. Now there's been a slight hiccup. Maybe there'll be a little bit of a sell-off, but we'll see. You never know. But the overall trading volume isn't all that much. A couple $100,000 a day across all the different exchanges. So like this is still really in its infancy. And I remember in the early days of Bitcoin, looking out the window of my apartment in Tokyo, and the entire market cap of Bitcoin at that point was, I don't know, 30 million bucks or something, similar to what Zano is. And I could see all these buildings on the skyline there in Tokyo, and it was just shocking to me. Like, how can every single one of these buildings I see out my window be worth more than all the Bitcoins in the entire world? And that made me go out and buy some more Bitcoin. But today, what are you going to do with Bitcoin? It's anywhere from 50 cents to $50 per transaction, and you have no privacy with it whatsoever. The only thing it's been good for is the number going up and up and up, but it's just because a bunch of other people are speculating on that as well. Whereas Zano, you have total privacy. The fees are still super reasonable. It has scalability for everybody to use all over the world. There's things like Zano Bazaar and the escrow stuff built right into the blockchain. This is awesome. This is so much more useful than Bitcoin. With the only caveat there is that it has nowhere near the network effect and nowhere near the brand awareness or anything else. And like, I'm not saying that I'm not a fan of Bitcoin Cash. Bitcoin Cash is in an awesome position as well. If you look at it, it's likely to get an ETF. It has the same scarce supply as Bitcoin, but it actually works for payments, and it has better privacy with things like Cash Fusion, and it has cash tokens too. And once they add cash tokens to the Cash Fusion platform, you'll have pretty decent privacy there as well. So like, I feel like Bitcoin and the maximalists are going to hate me for saying this, but BTC, it's like a case of the emperor has no clothes, but everybody's either too stupid or too afraid to call it out for it. Like, what does Bitcoin do for people? Nothing. You have to use a custodian for it, and all it does, it's been a fantastic investment, but that's it, right? And you have to use somebody else to hold it for the most part at this point, and you can't use it for commerce very well directly. And if you have to use a custodian to use it for commerce, you might as well just go back to using, Bank of America or PayPal or whatever else. Zano has none of those problems and better privacy as well. So that's why I'm here hanging out on my Thursday evening at 10 p.m. when normally I'd be in bed, but here I am. So yeah, I'm excited for the next block, and I really hope I get to pay out the $1,000 to a solo miner. I'd love to see more people solo mining, but it looks like we've still had an hour since the upgrade was supposed to have gone live, and Lucky Pool hasn't been so lucky this evening. And but all of us are still here in the chat, excited about it. And again,
Hey,
I'm going to plug my own book here again. Go out and buy hijackingbitcoin.com and buy the book, and you'll be stunned and shocked when you read all the ways in which this product that was supposed to be, world changing, got undermined and got literally hijacked. And like, all the citations are right there. It's not some conspiracy theory. I laid it all right out there in the book. It was a couple of years in the making to get that book out there, but it's there now. And I'm glad to say it's the bestseller in its category on Amazon already. And it just went on pre-sale. It'll actually be delivered, I believe, April 5th. But that's enough of my rant. I want to hear someone else rant about why they're so excited about Zano, or how it compares to other coins, or why you're here this evening. Let's hear it. So we got a lot of people in here too. Don't be shy. You can request to be a speaker as well, and the host, Mr. Quibbs, there will gladly approve you.
hey guys, just a heads up. The tutorial that of solo mining of the official docs uses Proc Miner, which, as far as I know, is outdated and it doesn't really work. But TT Miner does have a solo mining .pat file, so I'm trying to get that going. It's not currently working for me, but maybe someone else can look into it. TT Miner.
Thank you for that.
That's a good point. That's a good point you made there. Can you link us to the TT miner so that we can share it there?
Yeah.
I think I already found it. Trading stop TT miner release. Hey Douglas, I see Douglas is here as well. Let's invite him over if he is available, obviously.
Yeah, I did a podcast with Douglas, I believe, a few years back, and really enjoyed that and found him to be a knowledgeable guy. So would love to hear his take on Zano, if he's been following it all or where he's at on that front. So Douglas, don't be shy.
Yeah.
Request to be a speaker if you don't mind, and anybody else for that matter. Like I think all of us are interested in crypto in general. There's a lot of crypto out there. How do you pick the wheat from the chaff? And like I think Zano is one of the ones that's kind of at the top of my list of interesting projects that's out there, that has a lot of stuff going on, but still is relatively unknown out there in the world.
Definitely. Yeah, I also invited Douglas as a speaker. We'll be at a Monero Talk episode in about a week from now. That will be exciting. And we are also happy to say that we will be attending Monero-topia 2024 once again, as Monero-topia 2023 was a really great event in Mexico, where we connected with many great minds and people that think alike and appreciate and value privacy. So we are happy to go there again. This time we'll be in Argentina. I think start of November. Maybe Douglas can tell us a bit more about it. He is a speaker now, I see.
Hey,
Douglas,
guys.
are you there?
Thanks for having me.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me? How's it going?
Yes, loud and clear.
Congratulations on the hard fork. I know we're waiting for that next block, but still, I think you guys made it. Very exciting to see. Very exciting to be a part of and witness. So Monero-topia will be in Buenos Aires in this November. Super excited that Zano will be participating again. They were a big part of last year's conference. And real quick, my Zano story. So I guess the first time I really heard about Zano was when I interviewed Andre on Monero Talk. And Andre was telling me his crypto story and how I think Roger may have touched on this at some point. How Andre was essentially the first person to develop on CryptoNote, so develop the first implementation of CryptoNote, which eventually became Monero. So obviously I was a big Andre fan, right? Here's the guy, one of the people to essentially be developing what became Monero. So I got interested in that. The other thing that interested me too was just kind of the way Andre carried himself and interacted. Never shilling, but just discussing, very open to conversation. And all that was reconfirmed when we had them at Monero-topia last year, him and some of the other team members. And I think Gombat, who's in this room, was just talking. He was there as well. He could attest to it. Zano was, they were all gentlemen and just coders, developers, people that were interested in the tech, open and willing to talk about it. Once again, not shilling their project, but just talking about it in a way that I found to be positive, right? So they're very open to answering questions. They often got grilled by people in the audience, and they just took things with stride, answered the questions, and explained to people what the tech was and how it differentiated from some of the other tech that's out there. So that's kind of my Zano story and what piqued my interest, and I just continued to follow the project. Some of the other things too is some of the Monero devs like Ko, who worked on, big part of Monero, participated in helping out with Zano as well, participated in developing the new proof of work system. So all those things collectively got me in Zano. So I'm obviously first and foremost a Monero person, and I'm most interested in Monero for all the reasons I talk about all the time. It's, I think, the best form of digital cash we have slash digital gold, because it's, you know, it's got fungibility built into the base layer. It's default private, and even perhaps more importantly, it's actually being used for those purposes. So it's gained adoption. So Monero is what I am obviously interested in, but something like Zano I find interesting because of the people that are behind the project, and because of the new technologies that they're using that differentiate it from some of the other things that are out there, and for all the reasons that I assume you guys are talking about today, all the different things that you can potentially do with Zano, the confidential assets, things like that, the marketplace that they're building. So this is the reason why I'm tuning in. I mean, anybody who follows me knows that I really, you know, not that I'm a Monero maxi. I wouldn't want to be labeled as a maxi, but I really kind of stick to Monero and try not to give attention to other projects, just mostly because I don't want to misdirect people. There's a ton of scams out there in the crypto space, and I try to remain pure and just spread the knowledge that I have and the beliefs that I have that I gain as I go along. So I try not to spread misinformation. So I'm very careful with the projects that I personally kind of give attention to. But Zano is, you know, one of those projects that I feel comfortable talking about in a positive way, and directing people to say, hey, go check it out. It's interesting. So that's kind of my Zano story. Super excited that you guys are continuing to make this progress, and that you guys are, you know, growing your relationship with the Monero community via Monero-topia, and excited to be a part of it, and very excited that Roger's here. I assume that everybody in this room knows Roger, but if you don't, I mean, this guy's is the original. I think he was labeled the Bitcoin Jesus at one point. He probably doesn't. I don't know if he likes being labeled that. But
What I do
Matt,
like, Douglas, if I can interject there briefly, is you attributed the quote to me, and I'm sure I did say it, but I was saying that Monero is what Bitcoin should have been to begin with, or something along those lines. And it's so true, because in the early days, everybody thought Bitcoin was anonymous. Turned out it's not, but Monero really is, and so is Zano for that matter. And I'm excited for these privacy tokens as well. So sorry to interject there, Douglas, but thank you for being another great voice in the space. I really appreciate. And if I can ask you, not to show Monero, not to show Zano, but I would want you to show Monero-topia, because a lot of people won't know about that conference, and I think maybe I'll head on over there this year as well, and I'd love to hear you show that. And you're
yeah,
welcome to show Monero and whatever else you want for that matter, but definitely show the conference, please.
Oh, fantastic, man. That's great news. That's actually one of the reasons I jumped in this space, to try to get your attention, with the hopes of maybe get you to come down to Monero-topia. So, yeah, Monero-topia was amazing last year. It's going to be even bigger and better this year. We're doing it in Buenos Aires, in Argentina. Anybody who's been following what's going on in Argentina is, you know, kind of become a libertarian dream down there with the new president. As far as we know, he seems to be an anarcho-capitalist and seems to be living up to it. So we decided to do Monero-topia down there for all those reasons, and also because cryptocurrency is organically gaining adoption down there. Hate to put Gombat on the spot, but he's kind of intimately familiar with Argentina as well. He can maybe chime in at some point and give us some insights there. But that's why we're doing it down there. We're doing it alongside La BitConf. Like last year, it's not just the Monero, you know, a Monero Maxi Fest. It's really much more than that. It's a digital cash Maxi Fest, right? So it's the idea is we want to attract the people and projects that are working on building out digital cash protocols, and that are even more so that are actually working on building out digital cash economies. So that's really the conference we have. We have different privacy tech projects that will be participating. Zano has already confirmed. We have others that participated last year that will be participating again this year. Obviously, we have the Monero devs that will be down there. And we have a marketplace that we integrated into the conference. This was quite successful in Mexico City. We're doing it again now in Argentina. We're actually doing the conference at what's called Plaza Serrano, which is a very popular public square in Buenos Aires in Argentina. Anybody who goes down there as a tourist kind of eventually finds their way in the square. And on the weekends, they have a popular marketplace, takes place outside in the square. And so what we're going to try to do is co-opt that marketplace. We'll be working on that in the months building up to the conference. The conference will be at a large bar restaurant adjacent to the marketplace. And then the idea is all the vendors in the marketplace will have been onboarded to Monero by that time. Like I said, it's given what's going on in Argentina, we think it's quite feasible to get the people at the marketplace to do this because they're already very accustomed to accept cryptocurrencies and are open to accepting currencies other than their native peso. And that's really the conference in a nutshell. Super excited that Roger will potentially be participating. Maybe we get him to be a speaker down there. Thank you, Roger. Thanks for giving me the floor and allowing me to shill. I try not to shill things too much, since that seems to be what most people do in this space all the time.
Well, I'm going to ask you to shill a little bit more, though, if I can. So
sure.
I'm very familiar with the Bitcoin Cash space and the tools for merchants to accept Bitcoin Cash payments, whether it's a mom and pop coffee shop or a gas station or whatever else. There's the Bitcoin Cash Register app on Android and iPhone, and then there's POS.cash, which is a web browser version. Zano needs to build similar things. I'm guessing Monero already has similar tools to that, but can you tell us what if somebody's running a stand at a flea market, but they just use the something like a Cake Wallet to accept into a wallet directly, or is there other like cash register apps, or what would be the easiest way for a merchant to start taking Monero at these sort of events?
Yeah. So at the events themselves, the easiest thing would probably be to use something like Cake Wallet. But in terms of people that are looking to accept Monero, perhaps on their website, things like that, we use the Monero Gateway, which is a WooCommerce plugin. So for anybody who's already has the website up and running on WooCommerce that's selling things and wants to add Monero as a way to receive payment, it's very easy to do these days. It's as simple as adding, any other payment type. So using the Monero gateway in WooCommerce, you can natively accept Monero. The Monero is now going to some third party. It's going directly to you. There's a BTC Pay Server, which is probably one of the most well-known tools for that purpose. It was built for Bitcoin, but they've added Monero. It's another very easy way to start accepting Monero natively through e-commerce, BTC Pay Server. But yeah, in terms of person-to-person, face-to-face type things, I would say Cake Wallet, Monero, the kind of the respected mobile apps for Monero are the easiest ways to accept Monero in person. I'll also shill too Monerica. We talk about it often. It's a project that we're very excited about.
What is it for those of us that don't know?
Monerica is a list basically compiles and lists all the different known companies that are or people that are accepting Monero for their goods and services. So,
and is this a website, Monerica.com, or where can I
Monerica.com? Yep. So that was built by Riot, who will also be at Monerotopia. But yeah, what's great about it is, often people say, well, what do I use this stuff for? So we know Monero is used widely on the dark markets because it's very good for those purposes when you want digital cash. But there's also people that are using it in public ways, and there's a lot of people that are willing to accept Monero these days. And Monerica is a place where you can go and see all those people. So if you have some Monero and you're looking to spend it, you could effectively buy anything directly with Monero by going through Monerica. You could find different providers of goods and services there, and it's growing every day. Another good one to mention is coin cards, which is a way to buy gift cards with Monero. And through that, you could effectively buy anything. You could buy an Amazon gift card with Monero, which is cool. It's a nice little temporary bridge. But as I'm sure Roger would agree, the real goal is to kind of get beyond those bridges and get to the point where we're all using these things peer to peer. So we're not buying gift cards with Monero to then go buy something, but rather the providers are natively accepting the crypto. So that's why I like to shill Monerica as much as possible, because it's really doing a great job at helping build out the circular economy. I will shill one other thing. I mean, I got plenty of things to shill, but I'll also bring up XMR Bazaar, which is a project we're working on that aims to be a peer-to-peer Monero-based marketplace with trustless multi-sig escrow built into it. So that will be launching soon. There's Monero Market, which already exists. So we're trying to be kind of like another Monero Market, but tweaked a little bit, a little different user interface, and with a multi-sig escrow solution built into it. Once again, the goal there is to really focus on building out the Monero circular economy, making a platform where we get people to come together that have services or products they want to offer. And we also get people that come in that are looking to buy things, that can request, hey, I'm looking for somebody that wants to, I don't know, wants to paint my house for Monero, right? Anybody out there that'd be willing to do that? XMR Bazaar, so kind of like a Craigslist peer-to-peer marketplace for Monero. So very excited about that. And that's,
And
you know, that's
if I can
really...
add to that though too, everybody that's listening, like this is fantastic. These are all business ideas that you can do on top of Zano or any other coin that you want out there. But the really neat part is you can now have tokenomics for this with Zano. And I'd love to hear Douglas's thoughts. Like we all know that Monero is awesome. There's no tokens on top of Monero. You can think of Zano as Monero plus tokens on top of it. What are people going to do with that? And I'd love to hear your thoughts, Douglas, on where you think there might be some additional fun use cases for these privacy tokens that can be built on top of Zano. And I'd love to hear your take on that if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So, yeah, like you said, so Monero is really focused on one thing and one thing only, and that's being digital cash, right? So, there really aren't many other bells and whistles for Monero, and I don't anticipate that really happening. People are talking about potentially a second layer at some point, but for the foreseeable future, Monero is focused on just being digital cash, and any improvement it makes will be towards that end. Whereas Zano has taken a different approach. And while they are private by default on the base layer, their focus isn't just to be cash, but to become essentially a way to, do
A
things like
token platform.
a platform to build confidential assets on top, things like that. In terms of use cases, we shall see. I mean, I am most one of the things that I'm very interested in is I heard them talking about the ability to essentially build a stable privacy token on top of Zano. Not exactly sure how that would work, but I imagine that would be using the confidential assets feature that they have. But that's something that I'd be very excited to see happen on Zano. Other use cases, I don't know, ticketing. I mean, any of the ways that we're seeing tokens being used out there in the blockchain sphere today, I imagine can happen on Zano, but in a default private way, which is obviously ideal.
Yeah, and I can speak a
An
little bit to the
explanation
stablecoin
that
aspect. Go ahead.
An explanation that I always like, an analogy, is that you said, Roger, you said Monero is what Bitcoin should be, and you can actually say that Zano is what Ethereum should have become.
I think that might be a little bit of a stretch because Ethereum has way more scripting ability than Zano, as far as I know. But
Yeah,
maybe
the smart contract thing is not there, but
maybe you could argue that Monero is what Bitcoin should have been, and at this point, maybe we can argue that Zano is what Monero should have been, right? Because it has all the privacy of Monero plus the tokens on top of that. But in terms of the stable coins, there's two paths. Maybe they'll figure out how to do an algorithmic stable coin on top of Zano. And then we've already been talking to like actual just stablecoin issuers. They're like, yeah, sure, I'll issue our stablecoin that's already on other blockchains. I'll issue that on top of Zano too. What's the worst that can happen? More people use their stablecoin, they'll be happy with that. So I think you'll have multiple different stablecoins to choose from on top of Zano in short order.
Question I was planning on asking these questions when we're going to have the devs on Monero Talk, I think in a week or so. Maybe on Monerotopia this weekend we could also get somebody to jump on and just talk about Zano, only because they just did the hard fork, so they can report what's going on there. But just curious, like roadmap. I mean, Monero is focusing on moving to full membership proofs. I'm just curious and maybe this is more of a technical question for the devs, Just curious, is that something that Zano could potentially do in the future? I see that they raised their ring size with this fork. Is there a potential
Yeah.
to, like Monero, to move to full membership proofs at some point?
Yeah,
And
Zano
maybe we can
devs
start
are
by
actually
explaining for
also
people what is a
contributing
full
to this.
membership proof.
Well, Zano dev team is actually contributing to the research of full membership proofs as well, as far as I'm concerned. And interesting thing here, what they told me is that because of the confidential assets, those will all also contribute to the anonymity set with full membership proof. So that would work exponentially, so to say. If you have, like, let's say 10 or 100 confidential assets, those would all contribute to the anon set with full membership proofs. Now, it's still years down the line as far as I'm concerned, but Zano is definitely looking into it. For the details, maybe Doug has some details on it. I don't have the technical knowledge to fully explain how full membership proofs exactly work.
Yeah, I mean, I could follow up that question with Andre and the devs when we have them on the show. But yeah, I was just curious if that's something that's being considered. I see no reason why it wouldn't be, considering if it can be done on Monero, it can certainly be done on Zano, which is another crypto note coin. Another question or thought. One of the criticisms that often gets thrown at Monero is the fact that it does hard fork, occasionally. We like to call them upgrades, and which are fantastic. All the upgrades have been a great success for Monero, adding efficiency, adding further privacy, transactions getting cheaper, transactions getting effectively more private. Do we foresee many more forks in the future? Is Zano going to be something that forks often? Because the criticism that often gets thrown at Monero is if these projects can so easily get hard forked, then potentially they can get co-opted or hard forked in the wrong direction. Just curious kind of what the Zano team response is to that. Sometimes it's often pointed at as evidence that the project isn't as decentralized or hardened as something like a Bitcoin, which is completely ossified. I'm sure Roger might have some good remarks to those comments.
Yeah, actually, I'd like to ask you about it too. Like I've been following Monero since it was just over $1, and for a long time. And one of the things that kind of like I didn't like that where the Monero community went is, I don't know how many years ago this would have been now, maybe 7 years ago or something, a while ago. Monero hard forked again, and I think Bitmain had released a bunch of Monero ASIC miners, and people were now able to mine Monero using ASICs. And they forked away so that nobody could mine Monero using ASICs, and you can still mine on all your graphics cards and GPUs and whatever else around the world. And the majority of the Monero community seemed to think that was a great idea, and I was in the minority there. And the reasoning that I had is that you have all these people that invested millions or maybe tens of millions of dollars to create ASIC mining equipment for Monero, and then all the people that are buying huge amounts of ASIC miners to mine Monero. These are going to be your most dedicated and loyal supporters of Monero because they have all this huge amount of capital invested in mining Monero. And when the Monero network forked away to cut all those people away, they basically, from my point of view, were cutting away and cutting out some of their most fervent supporters, period. And I didn't like and really appreciate that. And I think that was probably a mistake to do that because all these miners, big mining is a big business. Those are the sort of people that can, and as much as I hate politicians, and I know you and I both, Douglas, have run for political office in the past, so we'll give us both a pass since we're pretty hardcore libertarians there. But the people that have, these big giant mining operations are the type of people that have the time and the money and the influence to lobby some politicians. They're like, hey, don't ban privacy coins, don't ban crypto coins, let people use these things for payments. And I was really disappointed when the Monero community forked in order to cut off all the ASIC miners. And would love to hear your thoughts on that, and then we'll see how that applies to this hybrid proof of work, proof of stake model with Zano as well.
Yeah. My thought. I was always on a fan of the fact that we did do that fork, and I think it's proven to have worked out to this day. I mean, it wasn't like a surprise thing that happened overnight that said, "Hey guys, just want to let you know, Monero is now looking to be ASIC resistant," right? So Monero is always very public about the fact its goals are to be digital cash first and foremost, and to be as decentralized and robust as possible, even on the level of mining, right? So the idea was that Monero always intended on being ASIC resistant. And so the information was out there, and it was known that Monero would do whatever it takes to reach that goal of being ASIC resistant. And unfortunately, in the early days, kind of the tech just wasn't there to come up to basically create a way for Monero to be ASIC resistant in perpetuity without having to actually fork the chain and fork the proof of work. But eventually, as I'm sure you're aware, Roger, what was created was something called Random X proof of work, which was created by Howard Chu, and it was a great advancement. We're kind of celebrating Zarcanum, which is a breakthrough. Random X proof of work was what I believe was a major breakthrough and something to be celebrated. And that was implemented in a hard fork, and Monero hasn't had to hard fork since in terms of booting ASICs. It's now created a proof of work that essentially where the CPU is the ASIC of Monero, and kind of achieving one of Satoshi's original goals, and right, which was one CPU, one vote. So I think I see where you're coming from, in that it was criticized for perhaps booting some of the people that were most invested in Monero in terms of miners. But it was all for the betterment of the protocol, and it's things like that I think always actually kept me bullish about Monero, because it put its principles first, which was to be unstoppable digital cash, even if it may have pissed off some of the people that were part of the project. So that was always my take on that. But yeah, those were, Monero has been criticized for those reasons. It obviously hard forks a lot less than because it no longer needs to for proof of work reasons, but now it's only for other upgrades that it likes to make as it proceeds. But yeah, just curious what the kind of the Zano team's take and responses to hard forking in general. Is it something that's going to be a yearly basis? Is it something that we'll rarely see? Have we seen the last one? What is kind of the Zano response to the hard fork?
Yeah, I want to compliment you actually, Douglas. Like, great point on like there was never a bait and switch within the Monero community. Like they never said like, oh, we love ASICs, and then the next week they said we hate ASICs. Like from day one, you're right. It was always supposed to be one CPU, one vote. So like there was never ever like a intellectual bait and switch as to what the goal was on that. And so like that did certainly make the move to Random X much more palatable there too. In regards to your question about what's the future with Zano, I think that the community is still so small that it's not really decided. And the devs obviously will have a huge role in saying that. And all the devs are busy with the upgrade at the moment, so none of them are here to actually comment on that directly.
Yeah, what I can comment on it is this will be the fourth hard fork number 4 for Zano. So you could say we exist for 5 years now. So that's about one hard fork per year. And if you want to continue innovating, those hard forks are kind of necessary. For example, if you want to move to full membership proofs, I know that the devs are also working on a consensus update, which also involves a hard fork, which should be scheduled at the end of this year, maybe. No exact ETA for that yet. That's basically all I can comment on it. I'm sure that on the Monero Talk episode that will be recorded on April 2nd, you can ask the developers further about it. I do know that we are very jealous on the Monero community about the size of their community, as in the amount of testers that the Monero community has. It has such a widespread community all over the world, with a bunch of developers and people that keep an eye on the code and stuff. And Zano doesn't have that yet. But would love to get there at some point.
Yeah, that's another thought too that just came to mind. When we had Andre at Monerotopia last year, that's one of the things he brought up a few times was how he's impressed with how far Monero has come in terms of growing its community, and he always kind of talked about Monero in terms of being its own thing and being a success in the fact that it has achieved this status of digital cash, and that's actually used for those purposes, and that he has great respect for the project. And that's, he never really kind of positioned Zano as being a competitor to Monero. He sees Monero, I mean, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but this is my interpretation. He sees Monero as being digital cash and a great tool for that and winning on that front. And he sees Zano as something else, right? That has these different technologies. It's not just trying to be digital cash first and foremost, but it's trying to be more of a platform, a privacy protocol platform for apps to be built on.
Yeah, definitely, and they can be complementary, to each other. I think you play a big role in that matter as well. For example, last year at Monero-topia, something that I really loved personally was your way of bridging between the Zano and Monero community. The Monero community, I'm speaking in a very generic way now, obviously. I'm not talking about all Monero community members, but in general, the Monero community is, they put Monero out first spot and Monero only, so to say, like one coin mentality. And although there's nothing wrong with that, I do appreciate the fact that you were so open-minded about, if you notice something that is worth to be mentioned, like Zano, then and you're speaking out for it. You're not hiding that fact or anything. And I think because you did that, a lot of people from the Monero community also started taking a more serious look at Zano and were saying, hey, actually, this can be very complementary to Monero and has its own strengths. And I do really appreciate for that matter.
Yeah, I do think it's a delicate balance, though. You got to be careful with the projects that you kind of let into your tent. You don't want to accidentally be promoting some pump and dump coin. But like I said, Zano checks all the boxes in my mind in terms of being a unique project that's respectable, that people should kind of consider on its own. But yeah, that certainly can't be said for the vast majority of crypto projects that I've come across, especially in this day and age with people pumping and dumping all these different projects. A lot of them really don't make any sense to me. And you kind of brought it up before too, with Zano potentially helping out with full membership proofs. I don't know the details on that, but I do know in general that there's a lot of cohesion taking place between the dev teams of Zano and some of the devs that are on Monero that then kind of have helped out with Zano. There's they're getting funded through the Zano project to maybe help out on Zano, like we saw with Co working on the private proof of stake. And so it's that cohesion that I'm very interested in too and bullish on, because it's not just Zano off on their own and trying to compete with Monero, but rather there's this symbiotic relationship where the projects are helping each other, the devs are working together. Money from one project is being helped to do research that may benefit the other project. And so those are the projects that I'm most interested in, the ones that are kind of creating cohesion with Monero and at the end of the day, helping Monero by improving the privacy technology space overall.
Yeah, definitely. It's good that you pointed out. I think maybe Firo also deserves a mention there.
Exactly. Yeah, I'd put them in that category as well, and perhaps there's a couple of others too.
Actually, I'd love to add, like, and of course, like everybody knows I like Bitcoin Cash and use Bitcoin Cash a lot, but a lot of people don't know that I'm literally like a co-founder of XRP. It was Jed came up with the idea, I put up the money, so I was the second person ever there. And a lot of people won't know this about Firo, but the same thing. There were two other guys that came up with the idea, and I put up the money for them to actually build it back in, I don't know, 2014 now or something. It was a long, long time ago. But I'm not a Bitcoin Cash maximalist. I'm a peer-to-peer electronic cash maximalist, and I'm tired of the internet saying I created Bitcoin Cash. I actually had nothing to do with the creation of Bitcoin Cash, but I had a lot to do with the creation of XRP and a lot to do with the creation of Firo both. So, and just wanted to set the record straight there, even though I'm sure the media won't pick up on that, and they'll still say I'm the creator of Bitcoin Cash.
Yeah, Roger. Kind of the more I learned about you and the amount of projects you had your hands in, it was quite amazing. And not just the cryptocurrencies themselves, but the companies that have been built around the crypto space that have become quite successful these days. You were a part of a lot of those projects and helped kickstart them and fund them. I don't think you get enough credit, man. You certainly got attacked by the Bitcoiners in a relentless way. You deserve a ton of credit, man. You've done amazing things for the space, and from what I've seen, you've always maintained your principles. That's always what I keep an eye on. Are people principled, right? You watch how they act. You watch how they act over the years. Does their tune change? Do they start to become hypocrites? And I don't really see that. You're very consistent in your views, and you've done amazing things for this space, and you did it at a time when nobody was doing it, taking tremendous amount of risk and having tremendous amount of foresight. So that's another thing that has me interested in Zano, is the fact that you're interested in Zano.
That's quite a compliment. Thank you so much for that. And yeah, when I first I heard about the idea of digital cash in, I don't know, like late 1990s or something. People were talking about it, but nobody had figured out how to make it. And then when Bitcoin came along, it seemed like, okay, this is it. It's finally here. And so I jumped in with that. And Monero seemed super interesting as well because the privacy was certainly better. So when Bitcoin looked like it was having some scaling and privacy issues, I bought some Monero. And then Ethereum, of course, everybody on this call probably has had some Ethereum and used that as well because it's this awesome platform that people are using for tokens. But again, there's almost no privacy for the tokens. And we saw people migrate from Bitcoin with no privacy to Monero with good privacy. Then they started using Ethereum for tokens. The next logical step to me is the privacy token platform. Well, what's the privacy token platform out there that has the pole position? It seems to be Zano, but with $50 million market cap, it's still so early and so small in the grand scheme of things. So it's really exciting to be able to move the needle in such a big way for such a small project already. And yeah, there shouldn't be any animosity between any of these projects. They should just all be competing. They should have animosity towards the legacy fiat system and say, hey, how can we replace the government issued fiat currencies with peer-to-peer electronic cash, whether it's Monero, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's Lightning on top of Bitcoin, if they ever get that working, whether it's Bitcoin Cash, whether it's Zano or a token on top of Zano. Like, use whatever works and give people out their options. And just like, not everybody loves McDonald's. That's why there's Burger King and Kentucky Fried Chicken and Taco Bell. The same is going to be true. Like, yeah, maybe McDonald's will be quite a bit more popular than Taco Bell. But that doesn't mean both won't still exist out there. There's plenty of room for all these things out there, and people eventually will figure out what they like the best and what they want to use and what's the easiest. And like maybe in some countries, things like Zano and Monero are going to be illegal and people will use, BTC, except for the people that are willing to, disobey bad laws, and maybe they'll still use Monero and Zano and things like that. So, but I want to see the choices be out there in the market for people all over the world. And that's why I guess I'm really excited. Somebody out there came up with the term the Zanoverse, and I really feel like there is kind of a whole Zanoverse forming because of the ability to issue privacy tokens. And I feel like there almost needs to be a better way to explain that to people, because I tell people, I said, like, are you aware of any privacy token platforms out there? And they always say Zcash, Monero, Firo. And it's like, no. Privacy token platforms, not like singular privacy token networks like Monero, but privacy token platforms where anybody can issue their own token that's a privacy token. And they say, no, I've never heard of that before. I say, well, here it is. It's called Zano. Give it a try. The hard fork's going live. And at that point it was, a month out, two weeks out, 3 months out earlier. But today's the day it happened, and we're while we're all on the call, we're waiting for the very first block to be mined on the new chain where the privacy tokens are available for everybody, and that's why I'm excited. And thank you again, Douglas, for such wonderful compliments there. But I'm getting older, but I still feel like I can. Hopefully, I try and stay aware of like the next things that are coming. And we saw the migration for real e-commerce move from Bitcoin to Monero because of the privacy. I think we'll see the token use case move from EVM chains with no privacy to chains like Zano with privacy, and that's why I'm excited about Zano here.
Yeah, Roger, I could talk to you all day. Would love to have you on another Monero talk at some point. But while
I
I
was
have
just going
you,
to say, let's do another Monero talk. I would love to do that. It's been what, 4 or 5 years since I did the last one. It's been quite a
yeah,
while. So
yeah. While I do have you here, though, I mean, so what is your take on the privacy crypto space? We see government's kind of ramping up against it. Legislators in Congress saying that it's only used for finance. Things like Monero are only used for financing terrorism. Privacy coins are bad. We see delistings happening, potentially because of the pressure that these exchanges are getting from governments. How do you see things playing out in the next couple of years in those regards?
yeah, I think we all saw the negative price impact that the delisting of Monero on Binance had a few weeks back, and like you can try and spin it all you want that it's more decentralized now and this is better, but like it hurts every Monero holder when the price drops by, I don't know, was it 30% or something like that real quickly. I think. And I love Monero. I'm not saying this is an attack on Monero in any way, because I think people should be able to do whatever they want with their own money so long as it's peaceful. Um, but I think the nice thing about Zano is it doesn't have any of the Monero baggage in terms of its association with darknet markets and government attacks. Like it has like a fresh start and a small market cap. And I would love to see the first use cases for Zano be non-darknet market related things and above board commerce, and then maybe the other stuff will come later. But like it would be best if Zano's not known for that sort of thing right out of the gate, which is kind of what wound up happening with Monero. And that's not an attack on Monero; it's just a historical observation there. Um, but who knows what cool things people are going to come up with in regards to privacy tokens? Like that for me is a really big deal. And one thing that I never saw have happen, and I still think would be really, really fascinating just to watch on the outside. I'm not going to participate myself in any way, but there are all these darknet markets out there that are running something that's very, very illegal. We saw with Ross Ulbricht, he literally got sentenced to life in prison, right, with no possibility of parole. He had no chance of ever getting out. What I would love to see somebody out there, like one, I'd like to see more people with the right sort of moral ethics and doing what's right, like Ross Ulbricht did. Like he didn't scam anybody, he didn't cheat anybody. He was there to do the right thing and allow peaceful commerce. But if you're already risking life in prison with no possibility of parole whatsoever, why not have an IPO and sell shares in your darknet company? You're not risking any additional prison time already anyhow. And I would love to see something happen, on whatever token platform where each token represents, one share in whatever company, and they can pay the dividends to the token holders or set it up however they want. I just think that would be incredibly fascinating. So for these people that are out there running, risking life in prison already, why not have an IPO, right? I think that would be really interesting, and I haven't seen that happen yet, but I think someday that'll happen. But I'll be keeping an eye out for that. So if you know of it, please reach out to me and let me know. I think that would be incredibly fascinating.
Yeah, in terms of Monero being tied up or perhaps getting a bad rap because of its use on the dark markets, I mean, I personally always seen that as a very bullish indicator. The fact that it's organically being adopted for those reasons. I mean, like you said, it may not be the best optics. It puts a target on its back. But once again, back that Monero has always kind of remained its principles, right? Kind of similar to this idea that it did whatever it needed to do to be, one CPU, one vote. Monero is also, just as principled with being digital cash, whether it means, people are using it to make donations to the to some positive cause, or they're using it to buy drugs on the dark market. It's a tool, it's money, it's cash. It doesn't care how people are using it. It's just focused on being that tool first and foremost, no matter what, even in spite of the fact that it may not be in the best interest of its price at the time. And so that's always made me ultimately super bullish in that Monero has this conviction in always being digital cash, even if it's being used for arguably, undesirable purposes, illegal things.
Yeah, I really need to agree with you again. That's fantastic point. Like Monero being used in darknet markets, I think, caught a lot of people's attention, and it was a great marketing tool to catch people's attention, even though it caught some negative attention from politicians. But if you look at Bitcoin, that was exactly made it world famous, was the Silk Road and people using it for darknet market stuff. And the fact that like Bitcoin had its network effect, had its first mover advantage, it lost its share of the darknet market stuff. Almost nobody's using BTC in darknet markets. It's almost all Monero at this point. And a little fun side fact, other than BTC and the Monero, the only coin to have ever had a darknet market built around it was actually Bitcoin Cash, which is a bullish sign for Bitcoin Cash. That market since shut down, but it's an even more bullish sign for Monero because there's more, Monero darknet markets than you can count at this point. And so I think you're exactly right. Like the fact that people are using these currencies for darknet market stuff just shows what a fantastic currency it is. If it wasn't really good at being a currency, people wouldn't be using it because they have, thousands and thousands of choices out there. The fact that they're using Monero shows just how useful Monero is. And I think that'll be true of anything in the future. So it's worth keeping an eye on that into the future. What are people actually using around the world for payments? And it's fun seeing like on Bitcoin.com, the traffic we have, like, of course, there's a bunch from America and Europe and this and that. Huge amount of traffic from Nigeria and sub-Saharan Africa. And these are people that need peer-to-peer cash. And they all know BTC because it's, it has the Bitcoin name, but what they're all using and promoting, like they're using Bitcoin Cash because it actually works. And a fair number of them are probably using Monero, and maybe someday they'll be using Zano or tokens on top of Zano as well. But I don't think it'll be using BTC with a custodian because the custodians don't serve people very well in those parts of the world, and then they're just at mercy of these, crazy dictators or crazy regulations or whatever else. And those people certainly can't afford to pay the high network fees that you see on BTC at the moment. So, but yeah, watch what people are actually using in their daily lives. Follow the trend, and I think that's true with cryptocurrencies. As Wayne Gretzky said, "Why are you so good at hockey?" He goes, "I skate to where the puck is going to be, not where it is already." If you want to, be involved in the new upcoming cryptocurrencies, get involved in where the cryptocurrency uses are going to be, not where they are already. And so that's part of what has me so excited about Zano.
Yeah, and if you want to get involved with the next cryptocurrency, which is Zano, go to links.zano.org. And that's basically our link tree where you have links to our website, the blog, the documentation, also the GitHub, which is all code is completely open source. But also you have the wallets, downloads from there, and also the exchanges where you can acquire some Zano if you like. So please go to links.zano.org. I see we got quite some people that tuned in over the last half hour, which is great. So if you are unfamiliar with Zano, please go to links.zano.org, and all the information that you need is there.
Guys, I have to switch over to just listening mode. I got some other things going on in my non-crypto life over here. But greatly appreciate you guys having me up on stage. Roger, nice chatting with you. I hope we actually can get you down to Monero-topia in November. That would be amazing. Congrats to Zano again on the fork, and thank you to the Zano team for being a part of Monero-topia again this year. Very excited about that. I'll just say Monero-topia.com. So for people that are interested, go check that out. The conference will be in November in Buenos Aires. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be all focused around building out digital cash economies. It's not about pumping coins. It's not about which coin is going to go up in price. We're most interested in which coins are actually being used as digital cash and what we can continue to do to grow the parallel economy outside of the fiat system. Monero-topia.com. Thanks, guys. Greatly appreciate you giving me the stage here.
Yeah, thank you to Douglas.
Yeah, thanks, Douglas.
And I'm going to see if that can fit my schedule. And for those of people who are thinking, oh, November, Buenos Aires, I don't want to travel in the cold winter. No. November in Buenos Aires is the middle of summer, right? Remember, it's south of the equator. So if you want a summer holiday in November, go to Buenos Aires for Monero-topia. So, and decent chance I'll wind up there as well. We'll see how that fits the schedule. But yeah, we're all excited for the first block on the new after the Zarcanum update, but we've been waiting for a while here and not quite there yet, but we're getting close, I think. So.
Yeah, we have a few miners on the Discord trying to get things going.
Yeah, I want to pay out that $1,000 bounty to the first solo miner to mine a block if they can beat Lucky Pool to it, because I want to see Lucky Pool not be very lucky and somebody else get that block here today, and I'll pay them the $1,000 worth of Zano.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think though too? Like commerce is what drives the real long-term value. But wow, the price of Zano has been creeping up over the last couple of weeks there too, right? From I feel like it wasn't very long ago. It was like $2 and something cents, and now it's $4.50. That's a pretty big increase over a pretty short amount of time. So and my guess is it's just people speculating on the future usefulness of these tokens. They're going to be on top of Zano after the fork that, or I'm sorry, not the fork, the upgrade that's happening right this very moment as we're all on this call. Anybody want to comment on what future use case for these tokens you're the most excited about, or why you think so many people have been speculating more recently on the future price of Zano? Because the number of transactions on the network has increased a bit, but it's still not some huge number. Like I don't think there's a huge amount of commerce happening on top of Zano yet, but I think people are expecting that to come with these new privacy tokens that are about to be available. So I'd love to hear someone else chat a bit about exactly what they think might be the case there and what's coming.
Yeah, something I'm really excited about is Zano trade. So people will be able to wrap tokens into Zano, like Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Monero, and then trade them into DEX. So I think that will be very interesting because what will differentiate Zano trade is that it's completely private. So a trade in Zano is no different from just a regular transaction. So I think people will be really interested in that.
Can you tell us how the custody of the wrapped assets work? Like if who's wrapping the BTC and how do they wind up on the network there, and how susceptible is that to the interjection of violent third parties into messing with what people are up to?
So the reach will be from a confidential layer, and I'm not sure how it works. I believe it's like a really big multisig, like in the thousands, and yeah, that's it. But but anyone can build a bridge to Zano using whatever technology they like. So I think that will have a lot of potential.
So I think we'll have to ask
for
Douglas to
these
review
public.
the confidential layer, guys.
Yeah, definitely. But the Zano team is actually the people that are behind the technology of confidential layer. So they will be able to tell some more about that on the next Monero Talk episode on April 2nd. But I do know, for example, for these major public currencies like Ethereum, Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Cosmos, all these ecosystems, I think a confidential layer will have some kind of custody system where the key is distributed across a couple of nodes, making it somewhat decentralized. However, if other currencies plan to launch on top of Zano's confidential assets, so they want to release a confidential asset and build a bridge, then because we had a chat about this with the team before, then we actually motivate these currencies to set up their own bridges, because Zano team basically wants to have their hands off of these custodial things. Zano team wants to create a tag that makes this all possible, but it would be kind of dangerous if we would be the custodians of all of these bridges. So we will push and motivate the project launching on top of Zano to do it themselves. And we will give them any help they might need to do it themselves as well.
For those who don't know, there is an atomic swap between Monero and Bitcoin Cash coming up, thanks to mainnet Pat and Bitcoin Cash artists, to amazing Bitcoin Cash developers. And another way I think these communities could cooperate is, for example, Paytaka wallet and Zapit wallet. They are Bitcoin Cash wallets. They have peer-to-peer exchanges built in the wallet with escrows and everything, and you can use any payment method to exchange Bitcoin Cash. So you can buy and sell Bitcoin Cash with Monero and with Zano there. So ways to bring liquidity and more awareness about Zano and even Monero.
Thank you for that, Bruno.
Yeah, that's great. I think at some point,
active member of Bitcoin Cash community. Sorry for talking over people there. I think we have some lag there, but I was just saying thanks to Bruno for being such an awesome member of the peer-to-peer cash space there as well, and being a peer-to-peer cash maximalist, not a specific coin maximalist. And thank you for all your updates on Telegram as well. I appreciate them. Thank you.
No worries, Roger. We've been on for a while already in anticipation of that new block that we're all waiting for. But I do think that I do like to mention here that Zano had atomic swaps at some point with Monero and BTC as well. However, nobody was using it, so that's why they've been out of the loop for now, at least again. Perhaps we can look into reactivating those again, because Zano does have multi-sig capabilities and atomic swap capabilities, which could be very interesting again.
So the other big question, do we want to pester the devs and say, hey, when is our next block? Or do we have any updates from any of the miners that are trying to solo mine? Like, I want to see the first block before I go to bed tonight, but I also don't want to stay up super late either. So I'm eager to have someone mine that first block, whether it's a solo miner or if Lucky Bit gets their act together as well, it mines a block, like that's fine. But any solo miners out there have any other information, like request to be a speaker and tell us. And if you have a graphics card and a Windows box, like go out there and start the mining right now. Like unfortunately, I don't have any of the gear where I'm at to do that at the moment. I remember mining with GPUs way back in 2011 and 2012, and it was kind of neat. In the wintertime, they'd heat up the office a little bit, so we had some extra heating from all these graphics cards, although they were a bit noisy. But long ago. But there's still, big business with people doing that all around the world, especially anywhere that has free electricity. So I'm sure all these kids in their college dorm rooms have their graphics cards ready to mine. So, but I'm ready for that block. For those that don't know, you can go to explorer.zano.org and see the block explorer for Zano. And you can see how many transactions there are per block, the total block size. And unfortunately, the most recent block was about 2 hours ago. So I'd like to see and the block time is supposed to be 1 minute per block. And unfortunately, another guy that's real active in the Bitcoin Cash community in Africa, I think he saw that I was in the space here. And he went and downloaded the Zano wallet and gave me a Zano address. And I sent him a little bit of Zano right before, like literally the block, right as like the upgrade was happening. So it hasn't had a single like confirmation yet, and he's like wondering what's going on with that. So, but hopefully we can have that first block, and I can send some from here in I'm in South Korea at the moment. He's somewhere in Africa, and so like that's a real great example of peer-to-peer cash in action from one country to another, just like that. At late at night my time, and I think midday his time. We just need one of these solo miners to hurry up and get the first. Once they get the first block, boom! I think the network's back in action there. But we need that first block to unlock things so that all the proof of work and proof of stake guys can have at it. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been mining for a while, and I even uploaded some blocks, but they're not getting validated. So I think there's something else going on.
You even did what with some blocks and they weren't validated? You said you found some, but nothing else happened again after that, or
Yeah.
can you
So my
explain more detail?
miner has found a few blocks, but it says that where's the error message?
And you're mining solo, or are you mining on Lucky Pool as well, which is the problem?
Solo. I'm mining solo.
Okay.
But yeah, it says that it failed to pass miner DX pre-validation. So no idea what's going on, but I'm still trying.
And do you have the very, very latest version of the software that's available for this? Like
Yeah.
So if I thought I was having a late night, maybe the actual devs are going to have an even later night tonight, tracking down wherever
Yeah,
the bug is.
it seems so.
But if you're going to have an issue like this, now is the time, because there's not a huge amount of commerce happening yet on top of Zano. So like, and again, I told the story twice earlier tonight, but Bitcoin had a very similar incident, I think back in 2012, where basically the entire network came to a halt during one of the upgrades because there was an issue with the databases not being compatible with each other. And if I recall, I don't know, I think all the commerce and blocks had to be rolled back over the course of, I don't know, maybe 5 hours for the day or something like that. I'd have to go back and look on the internet and see exactly how much time it was. But I remember where I was and what was going on, and at the time it felt like a much bigger deal than this Zano upgrade, maybe, but because it was the only digital currency in the world at that point. There wasn't really anything else. But and here's other people sending me their Zano address because they want to give it a try. But I think we need some more blocks on the blockchain for me to be able to send some people some additional Zano to give it a try. But yeah, any other thoughts or updates on this update that's happening today on the blocks and not being validated properly and all that not quite as fun stuff as we were hoping to have on the call today?
Pavel's typing to me right now.
Oh,
I'm
let's see what he
asking
says.
if
Pavel's
there's
one of
any
the main
if there's
devs for
any
people that
updates.
don't know. So And some guy just texted me that I don't really know. He says he ordered my hijackingbitcoin.com book, and then he just sent me his Zano address and says peer-to-peer cash for the win. So, and it turns out he's going to a different conference, I guess. But yeah, so, but yeah. Let us know when Paul. I might be in that same Telegram group, but let us know when Pavel has his update if you see it there. So I think all of us are curious to hear what the latest is there. So although I'd prefer that they're working on fixing and addressing whatever the actual issue is rather than providing play-by-play updates, because the most important thing is to get it fixed rather than update all of us hanging out in a Twitter space. So
Yeah, I can imagine that Sol and Andre are working their asses off in solving the issue.
I think it takes
Okay.
focus
Okay,
and
so
thought.
Pavel,
Okay.
we got an update. He says it's a pretty nice update in my opinion. He says it was some of the pool utils weren't updated yet. Now we got it sorted and we're waiting for Lucky Pool to rebuild and restart it. So now it's a race. Either solo miners will push it through or Lucky will relaunch the service and be first.
So maybe
my
we should relay to him the information that the solo miners are having some sort of validation issue as well. So
yeah, they are aware of the issue, and it seems like they are onto a fix. So I would say it would not take much longer than 30 minutes. I hope, maybe even less.
Okay.
And then we can all, or then at least Roger can have a nice night of sleep without any worries, or checking his phone for the block explorer every couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the. Go ahead.
If I can say something quick about conferences, in Argentina, we're going to have Bitcoin Cash conferences as well, thanks to the guys from Bitcoin Cash Argentina, and also one in Slovenia, right? The Bliss update, the ABLA update, right? The block size algorithm update for Bitcoin Cash in May, right now, 15 of May or something.
Yeah, and I'm planning to go to both of those too. So, traveling the world to Bitcoin or cryptocurrency peer-to-peer cash conferences is a pretty fun thing to do. So, so here we didn't mention this since the very beginning. So a lot of people will be turned off when they see Zano that it has an infinite supply. And technically it has an infinite supply, but what's really cool about this update that we're all sitting around here talking is that all the fees on the network get burned each block. So that means if there's enough transactions each block, more Zano will be burned per block than is created. And so there's one new Zano created per block. And so if the fees per block is more than one Zano, that means you'll have a total net amount of Zano being burned each block, which will make the entire network deflationary, which is like even cooler and better than things like Bitcoin or Monero or anything else, where you literally have less and less Zano in existence in the world each block, and Zano's used as the gas for all the tokens that people are going to be using on top of that. So while technically the supply is unlimited, that's not likely to be the case. And then another really fun thing too, I was talking with some of the other devs recently, and they said they think they figured out how to tweak this or tweak that and not damage the safety and the double spendability and the what do you call it, the 51% attack susceptibility of Zano. And they think they can even lower the block reward from one Zano down to half a Zano, and that'll make it even more likely to become deflationary. And that's a really, really big deal. So when you see on the things that it says like, hey, the supply is infinite, that's not really true, but there's a bit of nuance there, and I didn't mean to talk over whoever just started to talk, so please go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. It's good that you bring it up, because that's the next hard fork that I was talking about, hard fork number 5, which is the consensus improvement. That hard fork will allow us to lower the block reward without affecting the security of the blockchain. So that's an option that is on the table. I'm not saying that it will be happening, but there's a chance that it will be happening. Same as how we are not sure how the network fee will play out. For now, it's just a flat fee of 0.01 Zano per transaction, but we are also working on an adaptable fee mechanism where the fee goes up when the network is busy, the fee goes down when the network is less busy. So yeah, there's lots of things that can change here to make the supply deflationary over time. And the reason why we don't have a maximum supply. I can read it from the documentation, which is the following. It says, Zano made the decision to set the block reward relatively low to avoid unnecessary selling price pressure while keeping the chain safe from transaction flood. The block reward is fixed at 1 Zano per block, and we have an uncapped maximum supply because the assumption that transaction flow and its fees would be enough to cover miners' appetite might not be accurate, and Bitcoin might become a sad example of this. Which what this basically translates to is that Bitcoin has halvings every couple of years, and that, you know, halves the block reward, and then again and again and again. And at some point, there will be a point where the network fees will be the only thing that miners will get as a reward, and that might not be enough to motivate them to continue mining, which is a security risk. So that is the reason why Zano does not have a maximum supply, because network security is basically number one for Zano. You know, it's something that we've thought about thoroughly and is very important for us. So setting a maximum supply is from a technical perspective not always the most smart thing to do. And the amount of Zano that comes into circulation at this moment is only about slightly over 500,000 Zano coins a year. And the supply now is just over 14 million, I believe. So next year there will be 14.5 million, which is an increase of like 3.7%, which is already very low. And then if you add the fee burning model to that, maybe our supply will actually decrease instead of increase. So if you look a little bit deeper than saying, oh, the maximum supply is uncapped, that is bad, then you see that this is actually much deeper and that there's actual thought behind this that makes total sense and is very attractive also from an investment perspective. And if you are interested in learning more about Zano's emission, you can go to the documentation, which is docs.zano.org. You can click on Learn, and then you can click on Emission. And that basically explains what I just explained, but more into detail. And there will be more emission changes over the next couple of months because of the consensus improvement and the fee burning. And those will all, you know, the details are still to be decided also by a vote via the community. But yeah, those will change the emission for the better. So that's also really exciting.
And if you want to keep an eye out for the next block, you can also head on over to explorer.zano.org. I've been keeping an eye on that all evening and excited to see that next block, which hopefully will be any moment now.
Yes, I'm staring at the Explorer for quite some time. Yeah, I'm going to be really happy when that block comes in. Really, going to be really awesome. And this is also just the start for the Zano network, where this is like a monumental historic moment for Zano, but also the moment where we will see all these new projects launching on top of Zano. Confidential layers patiently waiting for the hard fork to happen. Zano Bazaar is patiently waiting for the hard fork to happen, and many more projects are also waiting. And as 2024 progresses, we will see all these projects launching or announcing their, that they will launch on Zano, and that is when you will see that network effect kicking in. Also with the grants program attached to it, which will attract developers to develop on top of Zano's ecosystem. And that is actually where the fun starts, because it's all interconnected and it's really well thought out. And as soon as that network effect kicks in, the supply will go down and network usage will go up, and many dApps will be developed on Zano, which is really exciting. So if you don't have the Zano wallet yet, go to links.zano.org and click on the mobile or the desktop wallet, whatever you prefer. Desktop wallet is the most safe one. It's a full node wallet. You can download there, install it, and create an alias as well, which you can use as a decentralized ID. So for example, if I wanted to send Roger some Zano, I could just type in @RogerKver in the Zano wallet and send him a couple of Zanos. Easy as that.
Yeah, I want
no
to clarify,
fuss
I don't think I have the alias @RogerKver, but I do have @Roger and I think I have it Roger
Oh,
V.
all right.
But at
Well,
Roger
that's
TV,
an
there's going to be
important
someone
one.
else. So don't send anyone to that address, please.
Great. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, I think you got a special short alias at
Yeah,
Roger. Yeah, that's the
yeah.
one. Yeah. So currently you can only that's nice to mention as well. You can only register aliases with 6 characters and up. All the 5, 4, and 3 character aliases will be auctioned at some point this year, which will be very interesting because they are also, interesting for businesses to claim these aliases. They will become valuable in the future. So we will host an auction with all the 3, 4, 5 character aliases, which people that can then bid on and claim their short character alias. And all the money from all the Zano that we raise from this auction will be put to use on the marketing efforts for Zano. So this is a really fun event for the community, and at the same time, it's really useful as all the money that will be raised will be used to promote Zano again.
Yeah,
Are you
but that
gonna
doesn't stop you from right now today. You can register 6-digit or 6 character or longer aliases right now today on that desktop wallet.
Yep, that's correct.
Are you planning to have peer-to-peer exchanges built into the wallet, just as we have in Zapit and Paytaga, for example?
No, I think we will use Zano Trade for it. It's live on testnet already, trade.zano.org, which is basically our own decentralized exchange where you can then swap Zano for any other confidential asset and back via ionic swaps, which is our improvement on atomic swaps. So all swaps are naturally atomic and truly decentralized and on chain, which is really exciting. But I don't think we will build it into the wallet. But yeah, we can always have a chat about it. Yeah, I mean, it is always an option.
Zano Trade also, apart from ionic swaps, it also has peer-to-peer functionality. So it's using the Zano escrow. So you're able to swap Zano and any asset issued on Zano for fiat, peer-to-peer.
Yeah, I guess I just went on over to trade.zano.org there and didn't really know about this because it's not listed. I mean, it's on testnet now at the moment, but it's not listed anywhere on the main part of the website there as well. Although I have to give credit to whoever does the graphic design for the Zano website and the Zano apps. They really do a nice job in that. But I was wondering if Gon Batfear, or however you say your name, if you could speak a little bit more about the escrow stuff and tell us more about how that works. And I'd love to hear more about that if you're willing and knowledgeable enough to tell us more.
Yeah, so the Zano escrow is something that we also use on the Zano Bazaar. So basically, the two peers interacting in a transaction will have to put a bond. This bond can be on Zano or, as far as I know, in some other confidential asset. So the game theory is that because both people don't want to lose their bond, they will cooperate. And the advantage of this is that there's no central actor coordinating the escrow. It's just between the two peers. So it's very decentralized.
Yeah, and let me add something to that real quick as well, is that on this peer-to-peer trading platform, you will be able to trade any native asset or, like you said, fiat as well, because the only technology that you're using from Zano here is the escrow contracts feature. So basically, when, for example, let's say me and Gombat want to exchange, I don't know, let's say 25 Zano for $100, then we both have to put up an escrow, which will be locked, and that escrow will be put up in Zano, for example. And that escrow will have to be bigger than the value that you are transacting. So let's say Gombat wants to scam me for the $100, but he has to put up a $200 bond. Then there's no incentive for him to scam me anymore, because if we don't both approve that the deal went as it should, then the escrow will stay locked forever. So there is no incentive anymore for someone to scam you. because then the scammer will not get his bond back, which is bigger than the amount that he wanted to scam anyways. So, and the good part about this is that there's no third party involved. So you have like an escrow system that is completely decentralized. You can do peer-to-peer swaps without the involvement of a third party.
Mutual assured destruction. That's the name of the game theory. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, that is a cool name. I think we have an article about it on our blog as well. It's quite old, but it should be named Escrow Contracts and explain the theory behind it and how it works. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, it's just called Escrow Contracts. It was been posted in May 2019 already, which was at the very start of the Zano's existence, which is very interesting to also note here that already 5 years ago, Zano was busy with escrow contracts, was actually kind of ahead of the game, if you ask me.
Yeah, and the cool part is that anyone can integrate this escrow contract. So, you know, if people in that wallet, that Bitcoin Cash wallet that has peer-to-peer trades, if they want to, they can also implement alongside their escrow decentralized escrow using Zano. Or I was thinking even BISC, BISC 2 is coming and it will implement different kinds of escrow. They could also implement Zano escrow, so anyone can make use of them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Zano peer-to-peer trading platform will be a bit like how local Bitcoin or local Monero works. Local Bitcoins doesn't exist anymore, obviously, but that's basically a similarity to mention here. Let's see. I'm going back to the block explorer. Are you still staring at it, Roger? Anything that popped up yet?
Yeah, let me hit refresh and see. And no love yet. So, but
too bad. Okay. Pavel sent me something new 3 minutes ago. He said Lucky Pool is now up. Looking for block now. Race is almost over. So it looks like Lucky Pool is going to win the race, and
like
you're going to
any
keep your
minute now.
$1,000.
Yeah, well, if there's not another bug, right? So like the block time's supposed to be 1 minute. Lucky Pool's online. Like, I don't know what percentage of the hash rate they have there, but I'm guessing it's, I don't know. Do people know? Is it all of it? Or I guess there was some sort of issue with the next block had to be proof of work. It wasn't allowed to be proof of stake. And then I don't know exactly how it determines whether the next block is supposed to be proof of work or proof of stake. Maybe you know a little bit more about that, Mr. Quibbs, or I'd love to hear about how it's decided what the next block is going to be between those two options.
I really wish I knew. It's something that I'll ask them later because I'm really curious about it as well. Why the first block has to be proof of work? I think it's the security thing, but I don't know anything else really to comment on it.
All right, well, I'm going to hit refresh again on the Block Explorer and see. And if anybody else has any other tips, like tonight, I'm finding out so many things. Links.zano.org, docs.zano.org, trade.zano.org. Whatever .zano.orgs do I not know about as well that people find interesting? And of course, I'm hitting a refresh on explorer.zano.org over and over. But if people know some other fun something.zano.org, let me know. I'm going to open a new tab here as well.
Hey guys, just chiming in again. The hybrid proof of work, proof of stake system for Zano. Obviously very interesting stuff. If people are interested in learning more about it, I recommend people check out one of the videos from the last Monero-topia conference where we had a panel discussion with members of the Zano dev team and members of the Monero dev team. And there was kind of a debate going on between proof of work versus proof of stake. So that's on the Monero Talk YouTube channel. You could find it probably by doing a search of proof of work versus proof of stake or something. Monero Talk. It was a very interesting conversation. So just recommend people check that out. Just throwing that out there as information. Is there any thought or as to whether or not Zano will always be hybrid proof of work, proof of stake? Obviously, this is something, once again, I'll be talking to the devs in a week or so, and I'll be asking all these questions, but just curious if anybody has knowledge on that. Does Zano eventually become purely proof of stake, or will always remain hybrid proof of work, proof of stake? And then
Well,
another question I'd love to ask the Zano team, is there any chance that the proof of work portion of Zano potentially becomes, merge mineable with Monero? I have no idea if that's any, in the realm of possibilities, but that's something I also keep an eye out for. We have DarkFi that's going to be launching soon, and they're planning on being merge mineable with Monero. We have Tari that's launching soon. TM, they've been launching soon for many years. And that's planning on being merge mineable with Monero. Once again, these I think are great efforts. It creates kind of the symbiotic relationship between these privacy tech projects, helping each other out, making mining more profitable. So just thoughts on those concepts.
Is there a release date for Tari to go live? Like, I looked into that project a bit earlier this year, and like it sounds great, but there's no firm launch date or any information on that. So like, I don't know if you have any other details on that. And that was one of the things I loved about Zano, was it was so clear. Like, this is happening. You can use it right now, today, or in another couple of minutes here, maybe. So
No, I think they're famous for being soon. TM.
yeah,
I haven't heard an actual release date. I think they're closer than ever, but I don't know when they're
we're all
actually
also
launching.
all older than ever as well. Like, you're not going to be farther away. You're only going to get closer each day. But
to comment on what you said earlier, Douglas, about a hybrid proof of work, proof of stake setup of Zano. Andre did mention in that panel that you just mentioned, that has been uploaded on your channel, that Zano would love to go full proof of stake as soon as it's possible. But the only thing that is in Zano's way currently is being not resistant to long range attacks. Basically, how that works is, don't pin me down on it, because you would. It's an interesting question for Andre when you interview him on the Monero Talk show. But if I remember it correctly, is that people can buy cheap private keys from old wallets who have no interest in network safety anymore, because they're not involved anymore. They don't have the coins. But at an earlier point of the blockchain, at an earlier block, they did have such a stake, and then via that way, if you buy those private keys, you can get a majority of the amount of staked coins at some point in the history of the blockchain, and that is called a long range attack. And in order to be resistant to those long range attacks, we need the proof of work segment in the blockchain. So as long as we don't find a solution for that, Zano will stay hybrid proof of work, proof of stake. But as soon as they find a solution for it, and I know they've been busy with it, Zano plans to go full proof of stake. And Andre even made the prediction last year at Monerotopia that about 5 to 10 years from now, also Monero will have to go to full proof of stake at some point, which was a very remarkable prediction. Which we, only time will tell.
what is the advantage? Why would we want to be only proof of stake rather than a hybrid or only proof of work? Why do they see that as advantageous?
It's a good question. I think it has to do with network security once again. Zano team is convinced that proof of stake is way more secure than proof of work. And I think if you go to the video of that panel, Andre explains his reasons for it. But it might be a cool subject for the Monero Talk episode. That for sure.
Something I like to point out that I really like about Zano approach with this is that the long range attack it's affecting all proof of stake coins. So Ethereum, the way they'll quote unquote solved it is by implementing the whole thing of validators, their minimum stake. That because of that, in order to stake on Ethereum, you have to meet like very high requirements. You have to have a very fast internet connection. You have the whole thing with slashing, and so it's quite complex. And Zano looked into that, and they decided that if they want to fix that, they want to do it in a clean way that preserves decentralization. So I think that's a really valuable approach.
Yeah, definitely. Pavel also responded to me. He says, this makes total sense, actually. It's crazy that I didn't come up with it yet. But he says, because after the hard fork, staking only works with the new types of outputs, which don't exist yet, as there haven't been any new blocks yet. So that's the reason why the first block has to be proof of work, which is
Yeah,
very
that
Now that
makes
he
sense.
said it, it makes sense. So,
Okay, so another reason why we can't go full proof of stake yet.
yeah, how do you handle the hard fork upgrades if you're all proof of stake, I guess?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how that would be done if you do perform a hard fork with a full proof of stake blockchain. But that's something for the future, I guess.
And I keep refreshing that block explorer, but no new block yet. And
Me too. I'm even looking on the mining pool stats, refreshing that one at the same time to see if something comes up. But
yeah, and I have a local node open as well with a pending transaction, and 0 blocks yet on that one that I sent. I think just a couple of minutes after the upgrade had taken place, or just a couple of minutes after the final block there. So,
Yeah. Right now it's David versus Goliath.
yeah.
All right, and previously I gave Mr. Quibbs a little bit of a hard time for dropping off the Twitter Spaces so quickly because we hadn't found a new block, but we've now been going at it for 3 hours. I think I'm ready to just call it a night, and I'll wake up in the morning and see what happened. The rest of you feel free to do whatever you want this evening, but thank you guys all so much for being part of a peer-to-peer cash promotion for the entire world, because this is a powerful tool, although AI is going to figure out how to do it even better and faster and smarter than slowly humans are pretty quick. If you're not following all the amazing stuff that's happening in the field of AI, like take a break from the blockchain stuff for a minute and look into that. It's really also on the verge of just changing the whole world out there, and it's really a big deal also. So follow that. Don't miss out on the AI news because you're too busy with crypto. Keep an eye on both, because a lot's going to be happening in both. But I can guarantee you the AI won't be able to open a bank account. The AI is going to be using money, and it might wind up being Zano, Monero, Bitcoin Cash, who knows what, or maybe a token on top of Zano. But it's not going to be using U.S. dollars at your local Bank of America or Bank of England or anything else like that. So anyhow, good night, everyone. Thank you all so much.
Yeah, thanks, Roger. Thanks for hopping on. It's nice to have you as a conversation partner because, at the start I was having a bit of a rough time keeping up the conversation all by myself because it was turning into a monologue a little bit. So yeah, thanks everyone that attended. We will stay on a little longer as the next block will come in anytime soon, I think. Roger, have a good night.
Yeah, I'm going to listen to you guys as I fall asleep. So feel free to continue however you'd like. But entertain me as I fall asleep, please. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Bye-bye. Good night.
Cheers, man. Thanks.
Cool. So still waiting for that new block. Should come in any moment right now. And like Roger said, we have been on for 3 hours now, which is a long time. It's a long Twitter Spaces, but I really enjoyed it so far. I do see Lucky Pool is back on miningpoolstats.stream/Zano. It does say that Lucky Pool is online again with hash rate. So that is great news. It should come in any minute now.
Support Kryptonite is live as well.
Yeah, sweet. It should literally come in within 5 minutes, and I expect, which is great because after that block comes in, then everyone can send their coins to refresh their outputs of their. This is only for stakers, by the way. Let me mention that if you are a holder of Zano and you're holding coins on an exchange or in your wallet, and you have to do absolutely nothing as long as you're on the latest wallet version, which you can get from Zano.org/downloads. But if you are a staker, then you have to resend your coins, and then after sending them to a new wallet and then sending them back, whatever you prefer, you have to restake them to refresh the outputs of your staked coins to the new Zano network. and also to make your stake hidden amounts, which is huge. So if you are a staker, please stay with us for a couple more minutes and wait till that first proof of work block comes in, and then you can restart your staking. All right, let's see. Will you be at Monero-topia 2024, Combat?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I had a great time back in Mexico, so I mean, I love to. And now, you guys will be going as well, so I will be there as staff, I guess.
Yeah, I'll make sure. This time we're gonna bring with us a hell of a lot of Zano merchandise. So I'll give you a Zano T-shirt or sweater, and we'll make Douglas wear one as well. Okay. If he wants it, whether he wants it or not, we'll just put the sweater on his body.
I don't know. No promises there, guys. No promises.
Maybe we can we can make Roger wear one. I'm sure he will if he comes to Monero-topia 2024.
Yeah, I think it will be very exciting. Argentinians do value cash a lot, so the concept of digital cash just clicks with us. I'm very excited for that. I think it will be really interesting, and we'll have lots of very interesting conversations.
Yeah, definitely. I already loved that last year in Mexico at the Monero-topia event. Also, the mixing with all the locals there that had all the stands and stuff with the jewelries and the local products and stuff. It was really nice. I think in Argentina you will have something very similar, but like you guys said, maybe since blockchain is already more integrated in society there, we will actually have that parallel economy type of thing going on there, which will be really interesting to see.
Yeah, for sure. In fact, when I was first reading about confidential assets, I thought about private stablecoin, and I thought, this will just click in Argentina because USDT is quite popular. It's the most popular crypto around here. So I think people will be really interested in a private version of it.
Gamba, can you give us some more insight into how that could potentially work on Zano?
So the stablecoin, it will be issued by confidential layer, and yeah, that's all. I assume it will be a backed stablecoin. So no algorithm.
Right, it would be an algorithmic stablecoin, but it'd be backed by an existing stablecoin, right? It would just be made private on using confidential assets.
I think it will be a new stablecoin, like not a wrap USDT, but a new stablecoin, which will be live on various blockchains, not just Zano.
Yeah, the reason why you can't use USDC or USDT here as collateral is they can just blacklist you, and then your collateral is basically gone because it's blacklisted. So that's why you can't use those as collateral.
Yeah, I mean, Tether could officially launch on Zano, but they have to do so. But you could wrap Day. So Day is decentralized, so...
Yeah, exactly. That is also the solution that confidential layer is looking at, making sure that there's collateral in the form of DAI. That was what was initially on the table, at least, as far as I'm aware. But there can also be other people that launch their stable coins on top of Zano. Nobody's stopping people from launching their own assets now on Zano. So the confidential layer way is probably the safest way to do it via DAI. But there might be people with other solutions, and it's up to the community to adapt those or not.
Yeah, something I would love to see is a gold stablecoin. So maybe someone who holds gold could issue gold tokens on Zano, and they will be private, and they will be able to trade that in ETH exchange. So that will be really interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
Peter Schiff stablecoin on Zano.
A Peter Schiff stablecoin. What is? Well, hold on.
Actually, Mr. Quips, do we have any updates from confidential layers? So will they announce something? Do you know?
I do have information. I'm not sure if I can share it. So,
Okay.
but all I can say is that they plan to launch very soon after the hard fork. So let's say, don't pin me down on the ATA, but let's say start of May, something like that. Maybe 6 weeks from here.
Okay, sounds great.
And then that will be just confidential layer launching with the bridge, with the public blockchains, and then towards Zano as the first and only private blockchain. And then that will be the product on launch. And then from there, gradually more blockchains will be added, maybe also more private blockchains and also more public blockchains.
Yeah, Monero Zano reach will be huge.
Sorry, what? Monero what?
Monero Zano reach. So being able to wrap Monero into Zano and trade it on the central exchange, I think will be really useful.
Yeah, that's something I'm really interested in as well. Wrapped Monero on top of Zano, so that it can be traded on the Zano Trade decentralized exchange.
Yeah.
Where is the block, guys? We lost it.
I'm certain. Yeah, what happened? I've been mining for like an hour, and many people do as well. So
yeah, I'm starting to think Roger is tricking us all, and he took the block with him to bed.
Yeah. So right now, Zano's network security is whatever the network security is plus $1,000 from Roger.
This has been such a long day, man, but a very exciting day too. Like, I'm not sure if you had a nice night of sleep, but I definitely did not.
Oh boy, yeah. I thought the hardfork was happening a bit later, so I didn't wake up. So, but man,
that's good. That's great. The Zano team, the devs told me even that they had a lot of stress and sleep issues last night as well, which is totally understandable with such a important hard fork like this one.
Yeah. Oh boy. I hope they have some hair left.
Guys, I'm looking at the list of updates. One of the improvements I see is in the decoy selection algorithm. Is that just similar to what Monero has done, or is there something unique going on there?
I do think it is similar, but Zano made its own decoy selection algorithm. So it's not based on the one that Monero has. We have a different solution for it. There's actually this blog post, if you go to the blog.zano.org, and then one of the latest articles that was released is called Decoy Selection Algorithm. And that goes in depth about the decoy selection algorithm that we created and how it works and what it's based on.
Yeah, and if I understood correctly, people in Zano will be able to use their own decoy algorithm if they desire, which I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is interesting. I'm just reading a little bit about it now.
Yeah, because decoys, these algorithms, they can be quite tricky. So it's better that we have diversity. So if one algorithm, isn't performing as well, people can use another one. I think that's really valuable.
Yeah, it states here that Zano adopted a data-driven approach. So our model's distribution is defined by data points characterizing the distribution typical for Zano. This method allows us flexibility to adjust the distribution in response to evolving blockchain usage trends without complicating the algorithm itself.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And hopefully full membership proofs will, get rid of this, I think.
Yeah, it will make the decoy selection algorithm obsolete.
Yeah.
Does anyone know how the full membership proof research is going. Maybe Douglas knows a little bit about this if he's still around.
I heard Kabaja say it on one of Douglas' interview that it may be ready, maybe along with the Seraphis hard fork for Monero, which I don't know when it's coming, but
all right, yeah, that would be very interesting.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. When that happens, we don't know. Hopefully, let's say within the next year to 1.5 years. I don't know, maybe sooner. It's definitely a priority, and Luke is doing tremendous work with others towards that end. It's definitely their focus. We're not sure when it's actually going to happen. What is exciting though, there's a clear path towards it.
Yeah, it's very exciting that the Zano team is also working on this research. So the whole crypto node projects are working towards this. I think that's really awesome.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who implements it first, right? My understanding is Furo might be in the best position to implement full membership proofs first, some version of it. I could be wrong there. That's kind of my understanding.
Yeah, that's what the latest, what I heard about it as well. I'd say it would probably be Firo first, then Monero, and then Zano, I think. On Zano, it will also be a bit more complicated and a bit more different than on Monero, for example, because we will have the confidential assets. To my understanding, these all contribute to the anonymity as well. So potentially with enough confidential assets and enough network usage, the exponential growth of the anonymity set would be could become very, very large in Zano because of the confidential assets.
Yeah. I mean, if we get Zano trade going, I mean that's going to contribute a lot of anonymity set to the whole network. So it will be huge.
Yeah, definitely. Where is that block? Someone hide it.
I think it may be something else. I guess the team is working with Loki Pool.
Yeah.
Right now.
It must be something else because otherwise that block would have been mined already by now. Yeah, I really want to keep this spaces going, until that block is there and the hard fork happened.
Yeah, I'm reading my logs, my errors. The team is probably already aware of this, but when my blog it failed. The terminal told me that the CoinStake DX has an incorrect type of input. So I'm wondering if maybe the block reward isn't working. Maybe it has to do something with that.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, we can only speculate at this point, really.
Yeah, well, I really wanted to get that bounty from Roger, but I guess not.
Yeah, it was really nice of him to put up that bounty.
Yeah, for sure. And he also allows to see that the solo mining dog is outdated, so we have to fix that.
Yeah, I also can't imagine that there were no solo miners at the moment of hard fork. So
yeah, that's what I said earlier on Discord. That, there must be some solo miner.
Yeah. Exactly.
Especially because the network is so small that being solo miner is actually really profitable still. So it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Should we wait a little longer? What do you think?
Yeah, I think. Yeah, we should leave it like this. Yeah.
Is there anyone that wants to come on the stage to have a chat about Escrow contracts or aliases or the decentralized exchange or confidential assets or Zarcanum itself? I really want to continue till that block is here. We've been here for 3.5 hours, so we better make it through.
Yeah.
I got a question. I don't know how easy it'd be to answer, but is there any insight you can give us into how Zano differs from Tari, and or how what the similarities might be? Obviously, you might not have a good understanding of Tari, but would like to try to
I
understand the primary differences between those projects.
I actually looked into Tari. So at least from what I understood, Tari is based on Mimblewimble. It's not based on CryptoNote, so that's the most fundamental difference. And Tari will also launch with confidential assets, but they won't have any sort of decentralized exchange, at least not yet. And I looked. They also have a protocol for launching a private stablecoin on Tari, and I looked into it, and I found that it has the function to blacklist addresses, like USDT on Ethereum, and I wasn't able to find. I wonder. I have to ask the team for this, but I'm wondering if someone can launch a stablecoin on Tari without this blacklist functionality. Because the advantage of a stablecoin launch on Zano is that it's censorship resistant. I mean, it's like cash. Like once you issue it, the issuer has no control over it. People can just use it and not worry about it, and no one can pick into their balance or anything. So I think that's what I found. Those are the difference I found.
Very cool, very cool. Yeah, I never heard of that. That Tari stablecoin has the ability to blacklist addresses. That's interesting.
Yeah. I mean, it's I mean, it could be useful. Like maybe Tether, only wants to issue on blockchains that allows this functionality, so I can understand it. But I also think it's better to have a true cash-like stablecoin.
Yeah, I do like the way their website is the layout of their website, and their marketing is very on point. But about the product itself, I can't really comment on it.
Yeah, actually, on their website, they have like a little AI assistant which you can ask questions and it will read you from the documents. So I thought that was really cool. We should get one for Zano.
Yeah, that is cool. That is definitely cool. Yeah, I think we can definitely improve a lot on our frequently asked questions side and the documentation side. I do think it's fine as it is right now, but especially now with all the updates that have occurred with hard fork, it definitely is time to update the documentation and expand it to make it as easy as possible for anyone to launch a confidential asset on top of Zano and be aware of all the possibilities and how they can utilize escrow contracts or aliases or the marketplace API, for example, and how you can create crazy cool dApps by interconnecting them and utilizing them all.
Yeah, lots of building blocks.
Yeah, exactly.
Even just with the Zano Bazaar, I think a lot of exciting stuff can be done with it, even beyond a marketplace. Like you could make a social media based on that, which it's interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, I have a quick update. Not from the devs, but I see on the GitHub that a fix for the block fee has been pushed. So maybe they found the issue and that was the issue. But it's been pushed like a minute ago. So.
Oh, but it's for the Zano Explorer.
Oh, yeah.
Commit.
Yeah, I see.
So maybe it's not that. No. Yeah, if I see a fix like that, I will compile as fast as possible.
Yeah, too bad. I must say I'm really proud about Zano community, man. Like the amount of trust, like price development over the last couple hours was really positive, and people seem to be pretty chill about the wait, which is great to see.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's understandable. it was such a huge rewrite of the protocol.
Yeah, I mean,
and it's best that we do this now that there isn't much activity. So, I'm sure the devs will learn a lot from this.
yeah, definitely. And just the fact, Sol said it earlier to me, Valerie. He said that they wrote over 40,000 lines of code across 1,200 commits to do this hard fork. So basically, that is such an enormous amount of coding and work. Basically, no line of code has been left untouched in the code base. It's a complete remake, so to say, which is really interesting.
Yeah. I mean, when did Zano development begin? In 2019?
Sorry, what? When began what?
I think it's in May 2019. Yeah.
You mean the start of the Zano blockchain? Yeah, that was May 2019.
Yeah, but when did it start development?
Well, that is an interesting question because Zano had a project before named Blueberry, which was launched in 2014. And the code base that they've been developing is that same code base. So the Zano code base has been in development for over a decade already, since 2014.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And Blueberry is based on Bitcoin, right?
No, not really. Blueberry was its own implementation of CryptoNode. It was not a fork of Bitcoin, unlike Monero, which was a fork of Bitcoin. So Zano itself also is no fork of Bitcoin or any other projects. It's its own implementation of CryptoNode, written from scratch.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's what got my attention, because there's a lot of privacy projects, but when I saw who CryptoCyber was, I thought, this got to be interesting.
Yeah, that's what I had when I discovered Zano as well. I think I run into Zano, actually at the start of Zano. Not I wasn't around in the Blueberry era, but only in 2019, 2020. That's when I became somewhat involved with Zano as a community member. And then from 2021 or 2022 or something forward, as a team member as well. But yeah, it's what attracted me to Zano as well. All the escrow contracts was so intriguing to me, and also the fact that Zoidberg created the first CryptoNode code base together with Nicholas van Saberhagen, which he still has contact with, is also really interesting to me.
What caught my attention at the first was the marketplace API. So, at the time, I was looking into decentralized bazaar, but it didn't quite work because of the escrow and the peer-to-peer communication. And I looked into the marketplace API, and it had just stalled it. Someone just had to implement it. So I got in on the Discord, and the first question I asked, "Hey, why didn't someone implement a marketplace yet?"
Yeah. The marketplace API is something really cool. It's interesting to me that only now we see the first marketplace launching the bazaar, because that code has been around for a while. It could have been used like many years ago already. But I guess it just had to do with Zano flying so under the radar, not being noticed.
Yeah, the explanation that the devs gave me was that they didn't want Zano to be associated so directly with a decentralized marketplace because of the implication it could have. So I guess they were just waiting for a community member to take on it.
Yeah, and the Zano Bazaar from Kexploit is only one of many implementations that utilizes the marketplace API. You know, there can be so many more marketplaces created by other people. It doesn't have to be just a bazaar.
Yeah, and each marketplace could be tailored to, for example, decentralized Airbnb. You know, I think that could be interesting.
Yeah. I see Kexploit is actually back. He's listening again. Maybe we can invite him over if he's available. Let's see.
Yeah, he's also working on another project apart from the bazaar. So, you know, that is interesting.
Yeah, and also the tool to create a confidential asset from within a user interface perspective is nice. I think he was working on something like that as well.
Yeah, I saw that.
Could we think of it like as like the first, like with the Zano Bazaar? Now that I think about it, it's like the first. It would be like the first layer one marketplace, right? Like you're running the Zano daemon, you're logging in with your alias. I've never seen like other marketplaces work like this, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's all the offers are published on chain, which to me is amazing. So, I mean, there's no way to censor it.
Yeah, it's definitely very unique.
And you could publish other things on chain. Like, that's why I say a social media. Like, it's a way to publish, you know, uncensorable messages.
I think
another function
the
of
bazaar is utilizing the NYM mixnet also for like the messaging on the app. I think it's still going to be using that project, the tech at least.
Yes. Yeah, so the offers are published, the way I understand it, the offers are published on chain, but the communication between the buyer and the seller can be done elsewhere. So it could be done through the NEEM mixnet, for example. But you know, it could also just be a Telegram link. You know, it's up to the front end developer. Anyone can build an implementation however they like. Another really cool stuff that the Zano Bazaar will be doing is an onion directory. So, you know, that's a big issue with Tor Taxi, that, you know, they constantly get either taken down or someone goes in there and changes the onion addresses. So here you will be able to, I guess, I'm not sure how it works, but I guess you will be able to publish an onion address on chain associated with you know, some specific private key, maybe with a Zano alias, and so people will be able to immediately tell that, you know, that's the real onion address, and no one will be able to take that down. You know, it will just be there.
Yeah. Douglas, are you still there?
I think he's just listening in the background.
Yeah.
I'm having some quick food, guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, me too. It's actually my lunch break.
Yeah. I think the Zano Bazaar will catch on pretty quickly. I mean, we just saw the collapse of the incognito market.
Yeah.
So, you know, the rug pulled it, and then the rug pulled it again, and now they're exhorting people. So, you know, it's really bad. I think that sort of stuff is preventing darknets from going mainstream, because they should go mainstream, because people shouldn't have to ask for permission to buy and sell goods. So I think that the Zano escrow is key to solving that issue, because there will be no one to rug pull you. There's no third party. So I think that's a really important breakthrough, and it might catch a lot of usage.
Yeah, and I mean the Zano Bazaar can also be used as like an off and on ramp. I mean like with gold or with silver, you can also trade that on the, or maybe just cash in the mail, just like local Monero. It will kind of be the same use case. That's it.
Yeah. That's another thing you can do with that is local Bitcoin style decentralized marketplace. You know, they just publish the offers on chain, and and add a Telegram number or whatever, and use the Zano escrow, and that's it. It's really powerful, and I always wanted to see that. I mean, when I when I saw ordinals on Bitcoin, and I saw that people were able to build arbitrary data on Bitcoin, I wonder, can we use it? I mean, we should be able to use this to publish information. I mean, that's not NFTs and are the only thing. I'm not really interested in that, but I'm interested in publishing information in a uncensored way. I think that could be key.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Julian Assange was trending recently. So with like you saying it's kind of like uncensoring document. So with like the Julian Assange trending, I think it's appropriate to like be talking more about it, have a way to like store anything without being censored.
Yeah, that's a huge use case. Like right now, we are dependent on Twitter algorithms for what we see. That's not how it should work. People should be able to publish any information they want, and then it's up to the users to decide what they want to see. There should be an authority deciding what we see. I mean, that's nuts. All right, no luck. Lucky Paul hasn't been lucky yet. Neither I. I was imagining maybe I'll just launch the miner and get $1,000, but not today.
Oh well,
yeah, it's going to be such a relief when that block comes in. I'm gonna reach out to Pavel once more, see if he has an update.
Yeah. Hopefully, we will have luck today. Like impossibly, positively. It's an interesting explanation for why stakers can't stake. I mean, yeah, of course, you need a new output.
Okay, I'm chatting a little bit with Pavel. Seeing if I can give you guys one more update.
My Zano node is going crazy.
Yeah, it must be a pretty heavy block for the first block, probably.
Yeah. I wonder how many transactions will it have.
A lot. Yeah.
We'll see.
Pavel says eventually it will happen, though. We'll post an update as soon as it comes through. I'll update you as soon as it happens. So I'm not sure how you guys are feeling, Moonscriber, Combat, if you guys want to keep the conversation going for a little longer. But
yeah, I can be here a little longer.
All right. I'm going to move a little bit to the background now because I've been hosting for 4 hours almost.
Yeah, take care.
But I'll still keep on hosting. I'll keep listening, and as soon as that update comes in, I'll be back to celebrate.
All right. Yeah, sure.
All right.
Okay, guys. Also, for the people that are still here or that just tuned in, if you're new to Zano, go to links.zano.org. That is our Linktree page, and you can grab the desktop wallet from there. You can go to the websites from there. The documentation, the blog posts are also really useful. You also have the exchanges listed there. Basically, everything you need is there to get introduced to Zano. So if you're new to Zano, definitely go to links.zano.org. Check it out. Feel welcome to ask questions in our community. Yeah, I'll be moving to the background. Gombat and Moonscribe, I'll make you guys co-hosts so that you can also make people speakers if you guys need that.
All right.
And I'll still be around and hopefully back soon when that block is there.
All right, let's hope so. Okay. Yeah, if anyone wants to jump on, raise your hand or send a request. I don't know how this works, but I'll try. So yeah. we have the transaction pool. So right now there is maybe 6 transactions. Let's see. Okay, I accepted someone. Hopefully it works. It's quite buggy, honestly.
Cyphercat, are you there? I think you just connected.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Hey, good. You?
Hey, guy.
I'm doing good. I'm just reading through this. Is this like a? I'm just wondering, like, so is this like an inflationary project, or is it like? Because that's like one of the things that it's kind of important to me. Is it inflationary or non-inflationary, basically?
It does have tail emissions. So are you aware with the tail emission concept of Monero, for example?
So is it like there's no real cap to it, or?
Yeah. So there is a fixed block reward of 1 Zano per block, which will continue forever. But this basically means that the rate at which the supply increases is diminishing over time. So 1 Zano over 8 million Zano, it's not the same as 1 Zano over 16 million Zano. So eventually, the inflation rate will be near 0%, just like Monero. And we do this to ensure that the network always has a security budget, to pay miners. But something interesting is that one of the reasons the team wants to go to full proof of stake is that when we reach a full proof of stake consensus, we'll be able to just have no block reward, and yet still have a security budget, because basically stakers, they want to keep the network alive, so they will continue to stake even though they don't receive any reward. So, that could make Zano the first true cap supply crypto without compromising its security. So, that's a goal further down the line.
That's really interesting, actually. I'm just learning about this, so yeah, don't mind me. But yeah, I guess another thing, I guess what I'm wondering is like, so one of the things with like proof of work that's interesting to me is that it kind of creates this concept of time. Is that something that you guys prioritize with moving over to proof of stake? How do you guys go about that?
Yeah, no, you have to ask the dev team for that. The way I understand it, there are many problems still with full proof of stake. So, but I'm confident that the team will only move to full proof of stake once we find a way to solve that in a decentralized and clean way. We don't want to go the Ethereum route, because in Ethereum it's quite complicated to stake. Meanwhile, in Zano, you can just flip a switch on your wallet, and there's no minimum amounts, no crazy requirements, so we want to keep that. So, whatever solution we find to the proof of stake, the proof of stake issues, we'll have to keep that in mind.
Awesome. And I guess just one more question: is there any future kind of look at like having something like like having a version of Bitcoin Cash on top of this in the future? Is that something you're looking into?
Yeah, actually, confidential layer will be, I believe, at launch. Will release a Bitcoin Cash Zano bridge. So basically, you will be able to wrap Bitcoin Cash into Zano and for example, trade it on our decentralized exchange and just send it around privately.
So you could have wrap Bitcoin Cash on this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, a few weeks after launch. Yeah. So yeah, I think that will be really cool because there are people who value Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, and they prefer that as their store of value. So, but they also want to transact privately, and so they can use this as a way to achieve that. They can keep their store of value and transact with, for example, confidential amounts. I think that's really powerful.
Awesome, thank you. I guess if there's anyone else with any questions or something, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. Really interesting. And yeah, if anyone else wants to jump on, just send your just ask. Yeah.
This has been the longest Twitter Spaces stream we've ever done so far. It's been a fucking marathon.
Yeah. Didn't expect that for sure. Oh, the Sun Explorer just crashed. Oh my. Okay, I'll just look. Oh no, it's back up again. It seems they just updated. Yeah, it must be hard at work. Let's see. My node doesn't report anything.
There are some Zano Explorer updates coming in on the GitHub, so I think someone is making some fixes or adjustments to the Explorer.
Yeah, it just got.
But it has nothing to do with the blockchain.
Yeah. Something I would love to see in Zano is peer-to-pool. That's, I don't know if you're aware of that, if you know that from Monero, but it would be really cool because it allows people to, to just join a pool like usual, but it isn't under a centralized party. So it really helps with decentralization.
And that's probably the biggest focus right now is bringing in new people and, making them peer-to-peer liquidity providers, because that's like a huge opportunity that I think the space is kind of missing out on right now. There's like a lot of money to make with that kind of thing. And I think a lot of people are running around like degenning on random things, wondering what the liquidity is. It's like, you could be the liquidity, you could just provide it, and then you would be making money instead of these bankers.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Zano trade will be very interesting because it doesn't have to deal with MEP problems. So, with front running, Uniswap, for example, has a lot of problems with front running. And that's because of the nature of the Ethereum blockchain, which is public, and people can see, the orders that you send before you actually make them. And in Zano, that's not a thing. I mean, a trade's no different from any transaction. And, people can see who sent it to who or the amount. And so, that's simply not an issue in Zano. And so, that's the advantage of having privacy at the base layer, that you don't have to worry with these things. So I think, it may catch on fairly quickly, in my opinion. All right. And remember that after Zarcanum, there's still a lot of work left for the poor devs. Like, for example, the dynamic fee, that's something that needs to be implemented. So I wonder how they will do that.
Oh, here's another thing. So one thing that I care about, which I think is going to be a topic in the future, maybe not right now, because I don't think we just don't have enough people in crypto yet for this to actually matter yet. But at some point, people are going to care about like functioning as a, some kind of a republic, right? Like actually having choices over their node implementations. So is that something that you guys are looking to prioritize? Like, kind of giving people a little bit of governance in some way? Like,
yeah, actually, that's something that's coming as well. Zano governance. So basically, let me look into the website because it's on the roadmap.
With like your proof of stake, you will be able to vote on different things for the project with your stake.
So on-chain voting and anonymous as well, because remember that amounts are hidden. So it will be anonymous on-chain voting. So that's I think it's a nice way for stakers to signal what they want. But of course, in the end, it's still up to the user. It's the user individual who decides which code to run. So this is just a way to signal stuff, but the real governments should always be, in my opinion, at the individual level. And also, remember the Zano is coming to Cake Wallet. So I wonder when will that launch? Probably quite soon. Oh boy, a lot of scammers into Discord. They never end.
the bots on X have been crazy lately. to your point there.
Yeah, like I wonder how cheap these are, because there's so many. They must be cheap.
I was like wondering where everyone was. I was like, where's all the normies? I don't understand. Like everything seems so liquid. And then I find this one gigantic, like thousands of people in this like Solana space, and they're all completely self-aware. They're like we know we're euphoric. We know this doesn't make sense. We know it breaks it all the time, but you know what? We're having a good time gambling on random crap, and we don't really know what the next narrative is going to be. I'm like, this is great. As long as you guys aren't doing anything important, I just wanted to know where you were. But feel free to come join the crew once you figure out the next narrative, I guess.
Yeah, I have a friend who used to be invested in Solana. Poor guy. It wasn't a fun time.
That's what like
I guess
what really blew my mind is how self-aware they were. Like one of the leaders in the group was like, "Man, are we like literally a top signal for this entire market? Just us existing right now in such a euphoric state?" And I was like, "Oh shit, these guys they're learning, you know."
Yeah. So when a friend used to talk, they are, he's aware that Solana is completely centralized. Like they're not trying to hide it. They just want to be, the next platform for the next CBDC or whatever.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, but the block got through. Hard fork happened. First block is here. So,
oh my god!
Congratulations, everyone.
Fine? No, it wasn't. All right, cool.
Let's go. That's great news.
Fine. Okay, so now we have to migrate our staking wallet to get the next block.
Yeah. You can now safely send your coins. They will be processed by the next proof of work block, and then as soon as you resend your coins, you can restake them, and then your proof of staking should be set and good to go.
Yeah. All right. So I'm seeing the confidential amounts on the Explorer. So nice.
Yeah. Also, that indeed, the moment you restake your coins, the amounts will be hidden. There will be no amount shown anymore.
Yeah. All right. Time to migrate my wallet.
I think you can already see it with the first block. I'm not sure if this is how it works, but the total amounts are all zero of the transactions. So they should be hidden. Let's wait for the next block. Coming up pretty quickly as well.
Yeah. Do we know if that block was mined by Lucky Pool?
Sorry, say that again?
Do we know if that block was mined by Lucky Pool?
Good question. I'm gonna check that right now. This is interesting. If I look on miningpoolstats.stream/Zano, I actually don't see the first block appear yet. So and mining pool stats normally tells you who mined the block. So I guess there's not really a way for us to tell yet until it updates there.
Right.
But this is a big win. This is great. This is amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so relieved.
Yeah, it feels good, man. I mean, and also the fact that we've been streaming for 4 hours now straight. It was so worth it.
Yeah. I mean, all right. Do you think the new wall is so exciting?
I'm curious by who the block was mined. We'll probably find out soon.
All right.
It was mined by Lucky Pool. Yeah, it was mined by Lucky Pool.
All right. So Roger, you can save your $1,000. I wonder what the issue was, because no one got mine. So that had me worried.
Yeah, I do really wonder what happened as well. If it was such a heavy block or something, it doesn't really look like it. Oh well, I guess we'll find out pretty soon.
Yeah.
Block 2, 3, and 4 came in right now as well, so network is running as it should.
Oh, really? Are they proof of stake or proof of work?
All proof of work so far. The first proof.
Okay. I want to be the first staker.
Yeah, get your stake cup going quick. So this gives me a moment to to publish some tweets. Let's see. I think you guys will love the image that I got created for the hard fork. Just wait and see.
All right. Yeah.
I will say one of the things I like about what you guys are doing is you're taking a bottom-up approach. You're talking about, bringing in the peer-to-peer liquidity and having the users be the most important focus, because I think that's what we're missing is that kind of thing. Because I think what really has been a really bad misstep in this crypto space in general was kind of focusing on top-down, like that top-down approach where we build all these things, we have all these nodes, we have a trillion TPS, meanwhile no one's actually showing up, so it doesn't really make sense to do that, right? It's better to have the people show up and say, hey, I'd like to participate, and then you kind of lay the groundwork for them and work with each individual so that they stay and contribute value and understand why it's important and all that kind of stuff. And it's a bit of a harder road, but you actually end up building something of value in the end instead of kind of recreating the fiat debt system that enslaved everybody. So it's nice to see the groundwork instead of the top down kind of approach.
Yeah, for sure. I really like that about Zano. It's all built around the individual, so everything just builds up from there. We have all this. We made the foundation, but at the end, it's up to the community members to to build stuff with it. And I think really exciting things will be built.
Still waiting for that first proof of stake block to come up.
Yeah, I know. I'm on it.
I'm sure there's lots of people on it.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, I think it will be at least 10 blocks because they have to unlock the outputs, right? So the first 10 blocks will be proof of work, I believe.
All right. Yeah, I just published the tweet. There's a nice article for you guys to check out. Okay, well, guys, congratulations on the hard fork. I'm really, really glad the block went through. I just posted an article about Zarcanum and all its changes. If you guys want, we can wait for the first proof of stake block to come in as well before we end up today's very long Twitter Spaces stream.
Yeah.
But it's also been a lot of fun. There's a lot of people speaking, lots of interesting conversations. Roger was on, Douglas was on, many other interesting people were on as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, my Zano wallet isn't helping. Yeah, it's to be expected.
Yeah, I'm just looking into this now. Yeah, thank you guys for just working so hard on this kind of stuff because, we need privacy layers, we need technology like this. So definitely filling a need there.
How did you find out about Zano?
User friendly.
Yeah, Zano is like a grassroots community. Just a bunch of privacy enthusiasts that appreciate the real cypherpunk mentality, so to say. What crypto was meant to be, that's what Zano is.
Yeah. Oh, I see the new swap functionality right on the wallet. I didn't notice it before.
You see what?
Really cool.
Yeah.
The swap functionality.
Yeah.
It should be integrated into Cake Wallet. Like the team was a bit, they don't see it, but I think it should, because a lot of users trust Cake Wallet and they only do trades in Cake Wallet. So integrated Zano trade somehow into Cake Wallet will be really cool. Or even Zano trade into Trocador. That will be very nice.
Yeah, this is also the great moment where we switch to our new code base. So now we can start on reaching out to all these decentralized exchanges and aggregators and other platforms to integrate Zano. We can work on hardware wallet integrations. We can work on decentralized exchanges integrations, but also multi-asset wallet integrations, such as the one that is planned with Cake Wallet, but also the other wallet that Roger briefly mentioned, that wasn't mentioned, but that you can guess, like Roger said. That integration is also coming up, and many others will follow. And I think that is the hard fork itself is so great, but this is where all the fun starts. This is where all the projects launching on top of Zano will start, where the real network growth will start. Multiple dApps launching on top of Zano, confidential assets, privacy stable tokens, the DEX with the trading, and all the integrations. And this is, for me, the kickstart of Zano's growth as an ecosystem.
Yeah, for sure. All the building blocks are laid out. So we'll be really excited.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I think I'm staking, but I need to wait. Do I need to wait 10 confirmations? Probably.
Yeah, I think so. That is normal with
All
proof
right.
of stake. So let's see.
It will be online.
Yeah, you need at least 10 more proof of work blocks to happen before the first proof of stake block will come through. I think.
Yeah.
So that should happen anytime between, I'd say, between 15 and 30 minutes or something.
Uh-huh.
Did you guys check out the article I published?
In a moment. Things up. I'll also set up the miner to Lookable, I guess, because probably it's the only thing it works, but I don't recommend it. Please decentralize the pool.
That's another benefit if we manage to find a solution for the long-range attacks that we are now protected by via proof of work. If we find a solution against that, then we could possibly go full proof of stake, and then we could also get rid of the issue that's been going on with pool centralization. Or it's not really an issue, but it's an annoying thing, obviously. Because centralized hash rate can be dangerous normally if you are a fully proof of work blockchain. But since we're hybrid, it's not really an issue for us. But yet it would look way nicer and be way better if the hash rate was decentralized. But if we move to full proof of stake blockchain, we will not have to deal with pools anymore and annoying miners.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's also a major a major point Andre made during Monero-topia last year is miners, they mine because they want to sell the coin they're mining for profits. They don't actually care about the coin they're mining as long as it gives them profits. They just hop on whatever coin gives them the best profit ratio. But with stakers, these people actually care for the network because they have a stake in the network. They have a significant bag that they're holding because they're staking, and that makes them involved with the network and makes them want the best for Zano as a blockchain. And that is not the case with proof of work, which is an argument that I really liked.
Yeah, that's not the case with AC resistant proof of work. ASICs have other issues, which I think are worse. But yeah, I mean, that's the trade-off you make when you go AC resistant, is that miners no longer have any tie to your network. And so that opens, a different kind of worms. And that issue is solved by the hybrid approach, which is why I also think Monero will eventually switch to a hybrid approach. I don't think they're close on that. I think that once they understand it and understand that it's quite different from Ethereum, I think they will go for it.
Yeah. I think Andre's prediction about Monero going to a hybrid model and eventually maybe even proof of stake, it made many Monero people disgusted by him saying that. But there's there's some truth in it if you think about it, because if the same problem occurs with any other crypto project. You see it with Zano as well. The majority of the hash rate is centralized on one pool, and that is because Lucky Pool is easiest to mine on, and most miners, they're like sheep. They just follow the herd, and they see most hash rate is on Lucky Pool, so they think, okay, I'll mine on that pool as well, totally forgetting about, they don't care about the mindset of decentralizing hash rate. They don't care about the project. They just want the profits, and that's it.
Yeah, it's a tragedy of commons kind of thing. But I think the biggest problem with AC resistant proof of work is actually the security budget. So the security budget of Monero, for example, the other day I estimated, and it was like $20 million a year, which is not a whole lot to a government. And because miners are not tied to the network, they don't have skin in the game. Any bad actor could come up with 20 million, pay a little more than that to miners, and miners will just happily take the money and 51% attack the network, and they have nothing to lose. All they want is the money. So I think that's a pretty big attack pack, which I think that Monero will eventually come to terms with. I actually talked with a few devs back at Monerotopia, and they understood Zano's approach. They understood the advantage it provides. So I don't think I think some of them are open to it. Like right now, Monero is quite big, so it doesn't suffer from that. But we see it for smaller networks, like Blueberry, which used to suffer a lot from that. And I think that's just a vision, that's just a hint from the future, because in the future we'll face much bigger bad actors, much bigger adversarials, which will have a lot more resources, and so we need to build a network as strong as possible.
This is also kind of why I believe, like that's one of the things that like needs to be addressed is like, it all starts from this bottom up approach, right? It needs to be a focus on usage constantly, having a lot of different places where you can buy stuff, right? Because without that, there's this massive, like, everything that you're talking about all of a sudden becomes a reality, right? So like we need to have these node operators, like the people who are actually like mining, they need to be liquidity providers. They need to not, if they're going to be providing liquidity, that's great. Fantastic, right? I think that should be one of their main things is like, okay, well, if we're mining stuff, then we can provide liquidity, but also have a business on top of that. Like, why are you not using your platform, your stage to, to bolster like a business? Like the concept of these mining rewards isn't anything other than just kind of like a subsidy for you to kind of sustain electricity costs. What else are you doing, right? Like when you see these mining companies acting idiotically, collapsing because they don't know what the hell they're doing because they drank the BTC Kool-Aid, it just shows how far off base this whole freaking industry is. And then it leaves innovators like you guys to come along and kind of, try to repair it or, see what's the issue on the user side and how do we fix this? And I think that's super necessary. We need to kind of come back to basics and like rewind the clock a bit and be like, hold up, we need peer-to-peer markets. We need to focus on liquidity. We need to focus on, use case, and this whole thing where, there's like this lack of identity for these, I guess, pseudo businessmen who become, full node operators that have no clue what the fuck they're doing. It's just, it's crazy to me. But thank you guys for doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I don't think I quite follow you, because proof of work or proof of stake has to do with blockchain security, but it doesn't really have anything to do with liquidity or peer-to-peer trading, in my opinion. I did not. Maybe you can explain a little bit more what you meant there.
Oh,
I think you meant that.
I mean,
the problem.
If there's not a massive amount of demand, right, all of these questions kind of loom over us, whereas things are a lot more clear when there's a clear demand, right? So, like, if everyone was using these things and miners right now were being paid a huge amount from transaction fees, right? Imagine that was the actual case. It would be very, very hard to kind of, get someone who's, running a mining node to, attack itself. But because these miners, they think in fiat, like what you were saying, and because they don't really have any customers to care about, they just want to sell what they're mining, which is not the point of mining. The mining is just the point of mining is to sustain a network, and the point of mining is to have a platform. And all these guys screwed it up, and it's so crazy to me. What I think this is what BTC did to this industry, and now we need to
now
go
I
back
follow
to
you.
basics. Yeah.
I think it's important to keep the power to the individuals, because in Bitcoin currently, right now, companies took over. It's true what Roger said, that because these companies are, a bigger actor than individuals, they have the means to, for example, lobby, or talk with governments. But the issue with that is, in my opinion, is that these companies disconnect from what their users are doing. So Bitcoin, in my understanding, the whole purpose, or at least in the early days, what was the cypherpunk idea of making the transactions that they don't want you to make, the whole ethos. But because the users are not really in full control of the network anymore, now you have these whole companies who twist the narrative and try to push the mold towards compliance, via, for example, the OFAC censorship of transactions. I mean, that's what happens when the people securing the network disconnect from the actual users, and they need to be aligned. I think that's really important.
Yeah, it's like BTC kind of did this thing where it's like, imagine if you were to start up a shop for the first time, and you roll up and you're like, okay, I have no clue who's going to show up to this shop right now, but I'm just going to bring like 3 items. And it's like, well, that's kind of stupid, because there might be 100 people showing up on your launch day and you have no clue, right? BSV kind of did the opposite, where it was like, let's flood the market, like if we got, how about 0 people are going to show up? We have no clue who's going to show up, but like if 0 people show up, we'll just have 1 trillion transactions ready for you, just for no reason at all. And it's like, neither of these approaches make any sense. And it's like, I think getting back to basics of like, who's actually showing up at your door? Are we paying attention to the user? Are we scaling to the demand that's being required of us? And if we become, basically, if we become workers for our users, then, and there's a direct relationship that's building between, the user and the provider, then these things start doing really, really well. And I think that's just where you guys kind of hit the nail on the head, is kind of going back to basics and like kind of reforming that connection because currently there's not a lot of crypto projects right now at all that are doing that to any capacity, which is kind of sad to say. It's been almost 8 years, and since Segwit, and I mean, other than Monero and what you guys seem to be building, there's not a lot of focus on, you know, as demand shows up, meeting that demand. That's not really a focus, which is insane to me, like absolutely insane. It's a total fail on game theory, a total fail in understanding, you know, business or human, like the way that human beings function. Like, it's crazy.
I mean, we're building tools, and tools must serve the user, not the other way around. You know, users don't have to. You know, because I'm seeing that in Bitcoin, that users have to adapt to Bitcoin. Like, Bitcoin is just this, you know, almost miraculous thing, and you know, if Bitcoin isn't working for you, then you are wrong, not Bitcoin. I mean, that's just I don't understand it, honestly.
I think it's that we're all trying to shake off this fiat. You know, it's really hard because we've all been so psychologically trapped, right? Like, we're used to a government just dumping $1 quadrillion on our shoulders and being told to pay it off, you know? So that's flooding the market, and that's putting too much on the user, and that's just what we're all used to. But it's like crypto is supposed to be the thing that, you know, it truly gives people back that power. So in order to do that, it's like you have to scale the demand, and you have to keep demand as a primary focus, peer-to-peer markets, building communities, like what you're saying about, like, you know, being serious about the actual crypto that you hold, using it as money, and not just thinking like, oh, okay, I'm going to go back to fiat land. It's like, no, this is an exodus. We're walking away from fiat because it's garbage, and we're not speculating. We're walking away, and we're entering something else that makes more sense.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I use crypto because it is useful, and not, you know, that's the reason. It has to be useful, and it has to allow me to do stuff that otherwise I'm not allowed to. That's the whole point, in my opinion. All right, how many blocks do we have? Fill all 2 blocks. 9. Okay, just one more, and then we get the network fully going. Like, whoever hits the first proof of stake block will be quite lucky, because I suppose the difficulty will be quite low. So maybe he will get a few blocks at the same time or something. So I hope that's me, but I'm a bit late, so maybe not. Okay, someone sent a request. I accepted it, but I think he left. I think Loki Bull just found a new block. No, there's still one more to go. If anyone wants to jump on, ask any questions, feel free to request.
Just kind of on a random note, I guess it could cut me off whenever, but just until someone else shows up. But like, like I think it's one thing that's kind of interesting is that BTC is going to be hitting, dollar parity. You know, seems like almost any day now. We're at like 1,500 sats or something to get to, 1 sat equals 1 sat, which is kind of interesting. But it's not quite the revolution I thought it would be, in the sense that I think, using sats when they reach dollar parity, once this fiat crap collapses, using a sat as a unit of account will be a very custodial affair, which I quite don't like. So I don't know. How do you think about that kind of thing? Like, once fiat goes bye-bye, because you can only debase something so much, right? We're at 99% debasement. Once we reach 100%, once we go into hyperinflation and these countries start giving up the dollar,
Tell me about it. I'm Argentinian, and so yeah, fiat has how do you say it? Expiration date for sure.
And I think it's coming much sooner than anyone thinks, really.
Yeah, I mean, just have to look at the deficit. I mean, eventually, Well, I think the United States is a bit different because it's weird that they issue their own debt. So I think that's why they have been able to stay like that for so long. But yeah, eventually, I mean, inflation, eventually raising the rates stops working. Like I can tell that from experience. Like right now, we have like a 300% rate. Or rates are that high, and inflation wasn't coming down. So there's a point where it's just no return, and when that happens, people will look for alternatives. And I doubt that will be custodials, because when a currency hyperinflates, or the government is trying to prevent hyperinflation, the first thing they do is to lock all exits. So what they will do is to prevent people from accessing any service that they can censor. And what can they censor? Custodial services. I mean, that's why they literally banned Wallet of Satoshi, which was I believe the only non-KYC custodian. So I mean, if Bitcoin people really expect hyperinflation, why do they think that custodials will be any help? I met a lot of them who told me that, okay, wait, well, but just use on-chain and pay the fee. Okay, and maybe that will work for some, for the middle class. Maybe not, but I mean, you have all these. The rest of the world will be just, they can't afford that fee, and they won't use custodians. So, I think there's a lot of market to cover that will be taken by coins that can actually scale on chain, in my opinion. In fact, I'm seeing it right here. I mean, the most popular coin is USDT on Tron, simply because Tron works. And so, I mean, yeah, I think it's quite important to not lose focus of censorship resistant and yeah, on-chain scaling.
Yeah, no, it's well said, and I think there will be, I think BTC will maybe hit their unit of account. It's possible, but the thing is, it's like kind of like what you said. It's like, because once we reach that point, what's really been achieved, right? Pretty much nothing. You get back to a point where the custodians have control. If they want you to not have access to your money, you don't have access to your money, and it's like that's kind of why I'm pushing for Bitcoin Cash sats reaching their unit of account one day, built on real peer-to-peer activity.
Yeah, I mean, it just
I think what
resets the
building is really
resets
integral to it too.
Yeah, I mean, like if Bitcoin, becomes a worldwide store of value or whatever, but it's still functioning almost purely on custodian rails. I mean, it's just recreating the same system. Maybe some different people are at the top, but that's all. What I'm interested in is in that whole catchphrase that they used to have, which is to make the transactions that they don't want you to make. I mean, that's the whole reason I got into crypto, and Bitcoin doesn't seem to be focusing on that anymore.
Yeah, I kind of wish Bitcoin Cash kept the name some days, but I also kind of, at the same time, I feel like Bitcoin, like the cash concept is better because, people recognize green, and then people will, once we get to that point of unit of account, then it's more accepted as money, right? Like if a lot of other projects want to be considered as digital property or commodities or whatever the hell, cool, as long as I can price it in BCH sats.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that Bitcoin is bad, and some people you value it and whatever, but it's not it's not cash. So it's not a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. So and people will demand that. So if you argue that if some people argue that Bitcoin is not that, okay, people will demand a peer-to-peer cash system. So they will demand it, and they will just use whatever works for that.
So yeah, someone was asking me the other day, they're like, isn't this kind of thing a gamble, right? Like you're talking about capitalist cash and like all this crypto privacy stuff, and like, isn't that a gamble? And I'm like, okay, so currently you hold a dollar that is 99% debased, and like a lot of people zone out the moment that I start talking about this, but it's like, it's true, these are facts. Like your dollar is 99% debased. You don't even legally own it, and you're also enslaved to it for the rest of your life. So which one is starting to sound like the scam? Is it the one that says you own this, you attribute value to it, and if we get out on the other side, there's actual freedom to be had? Or is it the one where there is no hope, you lose all your time and value, and the thing probably just collapses in the end anyways, because you never actually had any right to it, right? And it's like, which one does it sound like is the real one that you should be kind of concerned of right here, right? Like it is crazy to me how much of a scam fiat has always been, and the fact that we were all indoctrinated into that from a young age. So it almost feels like religion or something, where it's like super ingrained into you. So you just believe it 100%. And it's like this godlike thing. But money shouldn't be like that. It's supposed to be an expression of your own worth and your own value, right? Like people are valuable. This is just a measurement system for that, right? It's just saying, look, I did something. Now let's measure that, and so that I can go and do some more stuff, right? So now that I've contributed some stuff, how about we measure that so that I can go and contribute more stuff, right? And it's just a measurement of how much I'm contributing to the system, so that we can all prosper, right? And that's like an incredible thing that doesn't really need to be hindered, but we were all kind of indoctrinated into the opposite system, where the more you put in, the less you get back, the more you're enslaved, the more, the world is worse off, which is not exactly, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, sometimes it's hard to understand freedom. Like, when you don't know anything else. But I think at the moment people taste it. So to me, that was when I got, even though Tether, has a lot of issues, but the first time I got Tether, I got a USDT. At the time, I just, I had just gone to the bank because I wanted to buy US dollars so that my savings don't debase as quickly, and they told me that I couldn't. They told me that I was prohibited. I threw at me at 1,000 requirements. There's no way I could pass them. So I went home thinking, okay, so I'm just forced to watch my savings get debased. But then I thought, okay, what about crypto? So I got into a random Telegram group, and I transferred the money to some dude. I mean, thinking about that, it was quite risky, but the dude eventually sent me USDT, and I was like, okay, now I have dollars. I literally just made a transaction that I was not allowed to, just a few hours ago. And that feeling of, okay, I actually have control about what can I do with my own money and what can I do with my own savings. It's a powerful sentiment, and I think a lot more people will wake up, as they slowly get on board, and once they wake up and they realize that the government is trying to take away that freedom from them, their mentality will change, and their actions will do so as well.
No, that's really cool. That's a great. So you got into crypto and you just kind of degened a little bit, but then you learned.
Yeah, pretty much. I got through mining because I remember one day I wanted to buy a graphics card, and suddenly they all had gone up in price, and I was wondering why that happened. And so I learned about crypto mining. I got into mining Monero, actually. And yeah, so I learned about it. But then when this happened, when I got some savings and the central bank denied my right to have savings, that's when I realized, oh, so I can use crypto to solve this. And then I just kept using it, and I told my friends, and your mentality actually is quite affected by your money. I found, at least, because, for example, here, because of inflation, because it is so high, and you can't save any money, you're incentivized to just spend it as fast as possible, and that actually affects your thought process, because you're no longer thinking about, okay, how can I invest in myself? How can I make things better in my life? No, you just seek for instant gratification, whatever you can buy, because otherwise your money will be worthless tomorrow. And so once I was able to save money, my mentality changed, and I realized, okay, maybe I can just not buy that nice thing today, and maybe in the future I will be able to do something way nicer and think longer term. So I think a lot of people have been experiencing that recently in Argentina, because of crypto, that it got so popular. So I think I have a theory that maybe that contributed to Milei's victory, because a lot of people are sort of waking up, and I think the crypto might have something to do with it.
And what I like about this too is that it kind of disrupts this idea that that we always have to just be compliant because, right? And I just don't think that that's right. Like, to give an example, I won't name anybody because I don't like doing that. I believe in privacy. So there's people that I care about, right? And there's the people that I care about, they they came into having a lot of land, very nice house, all that kind of good stuff, right? They made it. The dream has been achieved, right? And then, once this dream has been achieved, our government over in Canada is talking about how they'd like to start taxing on unrealized gains, which is probably the most absurd thing I've ever heard. It's imaginary money, and they want to tax you on that, which is basically a forced sell. And I basically asked them, I was like, so what are you guys going to do when it comes to that, right? Like, if they really do implement these things, what are you going to do, right? And I said, well, I guess we'll have to sell. And that's where I was just like kind of demoralized a bit by these kinds of systems, and then I really look back to crypto and realize, like, this is literally why we need to have true ownership, because in the real world you can make it if you really, really try, and if you push for 30 or 40 years and you finally get to that point, you beat all the odds, and guess what? The government is still going to come up to your door and say, we need you to force sell your property because we speculatively believe that we are entitled to a portion of the money that you will make when we force you to sell it, which is pretty disgusting and demoralizing for people who are in that system. And we need to get away from that kind of indoctrination, because if you truly make it, that you should be able to hold that trophy at the end and say, I did it. I worked my ass off. I gave so much to this society. We built what we built, like I gave more than I took. And, if you finally get to that point where you win, you should be able to feel like you did it. But, that's the major difference, I think, between crypto and fiat, is like, even if you do make it in fiat, somehow by the grace of everything, you still haven't made it, and you'll never make it with fiat because they're in control. And so that's why we need to take power back.
Exactly. Yeah. And people are just used to, okay, you just can't do anything about it, and so they just comply. But now they can. I think that once people, they sometimes attack Monero because of its association with the darknet and stuff, and criminals. But I think that even if it gets to the minds of the people through that narrative, at the very least, they will realize that once they actually become criminals, because they will by their own government, they know that they will have a tool that works. So I think that's really powerful. Like, even if it's not an appealing message to investors, I think it's very powerful for people to know that there is a tool out there that actually works, that actually is able to take on government level actors, and that in the future can actually help them.
And this is why privacy is paramount, because like what you guys are building is very important, because if we do not have privacy to protect ourselves from completely off the rails, insane government systems who are just enslaved by these bankers who rule the world, it's kind of it's an unfair fight, right? And there's actually a misconception about Bitcoin Cash. A lot of people look at the nodes and they think, oh, I can't see a bunch of these nodes. And it's like, if you go back on the Wayback Machine, you can actually find proof of when this happened. But we've actually been under attack because they don't want us to exist. And so a lot of these nodes actually had to go into kind of incognito. They had to turn on their VPNs and disappear. So we have a very decentralized system, but unfortunately, when you look at it now, it's kind of hard to tell who's who. I hope there's a way we can like color code that, or like, maybe represent that in a better way at some point. But it's very decentralized. But like that's an example of that's an example of like if you are fighting a freedom movement. Privacy is always going to be an aspect, and you do need to be able to absorb the attack. You need to be resilient, there's never going to be such a thing as too many privacy tools. We're definitely going to. It's your arsenal.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, right now, privacy in crypto is being demonized, but just was the same way encryption was deemed as a weapon, a mass destruction weapon back in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken. Because the government was just afraid of encryption at the time. But nowadays, we all use encryption whenever we enter a password in a website. Pretty much 19% of the internet won't be possible without encryption. So, we just need to keep fighting until one day it will just become the normal.
Guys, I think it's time to end the Twitter Spaces here. It's been 5 hours now since we started, which is a very long time. We're still waiting for the first proof of stake block to come in. Should happen any minute. But feel free to chat about it in our community chats, Telegram, Discord, Twitter. And if you don't follow us yet, please follow us on Twitter and join our channels, because the future for Zano is going to be very bright. With a lot of dApps launching, a lot of confidential assets. I'm also really interested to see the world's first proof of stake scheme with hidden amounts in action. So yeah, join us on the adventure, and it was a pleasure.
Yeah. Very exciting for the future of Zano.
Okay, great. Thanks everyone for being here. I see some guys made it through from the start till the very end, which is awesome. It's really great to see we have such heartwarming supporters that are listening for 5 hours already. So thank you for the support, and see you guys later. Bye-bye.
All right. See ya. Bye. Take care.